In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising. What is going on? Why does your president have the soldiers out here like a bunch of Palestine, fighting a war with rocks and slingshots? Because they are out of munitions and they are out of things to fight against the incoming rockets. Why your president have these soldiers out here being passed out rocks and slingshots? Huh? What's going on with Pete Kegbreath coming out here talking about they have year supplies of munitions when they have absolutely nothing for your soldiers to defend themselves with in a whole full-fledged war with Iran? And how long have I been telling you that our military had been running out of munitions? Now, do you know that your president has threatened to arrest any press that is reporting on the fact that the military has run out of munitions? He is threatening to put the press in jail for reporting on these facts. Welcome to the new America. Did you know this? Could this possibly be why your press hasn't been reporting on this? Welcome to the new America. As your president come out every weekend and tell you that they are making deals, that they are in talks and they will soon have a deal, and the oil futures go up and down, and he and his millionaire friends make money on oil futures and prices going up and down, and they play the stock market to make money. How does your life change? Have you made money on any of these oil futures and all of this trading that they are doing on these lies about the oil market going up and down? How has your life changed about this war in Iran? What has this war in Iran done for your pocket? Hmm? At what point are you going to get sick of the bullshit and the lies that is going on as your Congress and your Senate sit up and do nothing but sit on their hands when they have the power to throw this fraud out of government? To normalize your government into something that it is supposed to be. Huh? This shit is ridiculous. So, our military has nothing to defend themselves. As Pete Kegbreath came out here and told you, we have enough munitions, uh, uh, we have enough uh, munitions to fight ourselves for hundreds of years, only to find out we don't. And you have your stupid president coming out here talking about, oh, well, I thought we had enough. Well, who's paying you to think? No one's paying you to think about anything. We know that the only thing you're thinking about is the next thing that you plan to gold leaf. The next thing that you're planning to make money on. The next thing you're planning to put your family in to make money off of. We know that's the only thing that you can think about. The next business you're planning to prop your sons up in to make money off of. Those are the only things that your president can actually really think of. So this is where we are in America, right now today. But how are you doing? How is your family doing? How are your pocketbooks doing? As millionaires and billionaires are allowed to breach into your pensions and your 401ks to prop up the IE, the AI bubble. Huh? How are your future retirement earnings doing? Huh? I'm curious. Or do you even know? Are you even aware? Because the media is too busy asking dumb questions. Hi, everyone. Please hit the like button. Thank you for being here. Thank you for getting the silver star. I appreciate that. Who is this? A Southern Belle. It's been a long time. It is good to see you. The voters are brain dead bootlickers. Um, I concur. I really concur. I really concur. Liz Walter. Uh, what red hole did you come out of? I believe the Secretary of War over any of you mediaites. They are not taking money out of my 401k. I'm leaving. Thanks. You're more than welcome to leave. You can believe whomever you want to believe. You believe the Secretary of War. The simple fact that you believe that we have a Secretary of War says a lot about your own ignorance. There is no such thing as a Secretary of War. There is only a Secretary of Defense, because to have a Secretary of War would mean that the Secretary of Defense would have had to gone to Congress to have the Secretary of Defense changed to the name Secretary of War. You dumb stupid ass bitch, which has not happened. You dumb stupid ass bitch. Just because Pete Kegbreath wants to change the Secretary of Defense to the Secretary of War, he has not gone through the process, which means going to Congress to have it changed, means anything. You stupid bitch. Uh, have a nice day. Hit the like button on your way out. You are doing the right thing. Trump is such a Karen. Good morning, Mayor Madison. Uh, let's get into what we're going to talk about today. Uh, let's get into the content of what we are talking about today. I have a couple of things that I want to share with you. Let me get into it. The Secretary of War. Oh, these people are amazing. Where is it? Where is it? Hold on 1 second. Let me get my clips together. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Hmm. So it seems like the U.S. dollar. Um, Now we know that the world is uh, dependent on the U.S. dollar. The world is on the U.S. dollar, but the more that we go into Donald Trump ruining the world of being on the U.S. dollar, it seems like the U.S. dollar is failing. I don't know if you guys know that. I believe it was last week that the dollar lost 30% of its buying power in 1 week. 30% of its buying power. If you are unaware of that, let me share that with you. 30% of its buying power in 1 week. So, how long do you think that the United States is going to be the greatest country in the world while your media ignores this, while you don't get the information that is important to you as as your media continues to pretend like this AI bubble that they are propping up with billions of dollars as China has created a AI system that is pennies on the dollar, that is far more successful and way less cheaper than any of the AI that has been created by the United States, which has far, far more exceeded any AI creation that the United States has created. How long do you think we are going to be able to pretend like this AI bubble has not already been exceeded by China? How long are you going to think that we are going to be able to pretend like the U.S. economy is going to be able to be propped up? This stock market is going to be able to be propped up by this fake AI bubble that they always are talking about. What do you think that the U.S. economy, the U.S. stock market is propped up by? This fake AI bubble where they are circle jerking about donating and investing into AI. This is a whole motherfucking bullshit that they are putting over on the American people. But your for-profit media is not giving you this information. Why aren't they giving you this information? One of the reasons they're not giving this information is the reason the FCC said that they are letting these billionaires who are knee deep in AI. The FCC said that they are going to let big businesses who monopolize AI, and they monopolize your media. They are going to let them monopolize the media, and they're going to let them monopolize information that they give you by monopolizing the media, and give you whatever information that they want to give you. This is why monopolies don't work. Because if you monopolize the media, you monopolize the information that is put out. So the FCC, this is why if you have nobody who is over, what am I trying to think about? What am I trying to? What am I? This is why you have nobody who is. This is why when you have people like Brendan Carr, who allows a people to monopolize. Who is this? Like Larry Ellison. To monopolize all areas of the media, they're not going to give you the proper information. They're going to cherry pick what information that you get. And what is the real business of a Larry Ellison? It's these data centers to cherry pick all of your information, to be able to control the population by having all of your data. See, this is the real. Nobody is in the business of giving you information. No, they're in the business of having all of your information, so they can control you, so they can police you. You think that they're in the information of giving you something? No, they're in the business of controlling you. This is why your government has already told you that they will have a way to consider you. They will have a way to consider you based upon the things that you do. They will have a way to consider you to be a domestic terrorist based upon the things that you do. How would they base that on the things that you do? Based upon the data of the things that you do. That's how they have this uh, these pricing where they you go into these stores, and there are no tags on anything in these stores, and they can charge you whatever they want to charge you based upon data. How do they know once you scan a price tag who you are? What's this prolific? What is this? I forget the name of the pricing. How do how do they know what who you are when you're scanning a item based on who I am? Prolific pricing. How can they distinguish you between me? Because they have all the data on you as opposed to me. So they know everything about you, and they can charge you a price as opposed to me a price, because they have all of the data on you, and they have all of the data on me. And they're already using these pricing modules in places like Walmart and Amazon. Yeah, this is already a thing. Prolific, I think it's called prolific pricing. This is going on in the United States of America right now. Right now. Grocery stores have no pricing on things because they have all of your data. So the thing about that is, why do they have all of your information to be able to give you a different price from what they give your neighbors, to press you for a different price. Your government said that they will be able to debank you based upon being able to identify you as a domestic terrorist based upon information that they get from things that you do, based upon information about things that you do even before you commit a crime, based upon indicators, not indicators of you committing a crime. No, you don't have to commit a crime. They will be able to deem you as a domestic terrorist to your own country based upon indicators. This has already been instilled into your country. Your own president, your own government has already instilled this as a way to control the population, to instill a way to deem you, to debank you, to take all of your money, to isolate you and separate you from your money and deem you as a domestic terrorist based upon these certain indicators that you don't have to do anything illegal, but they are going to call these things indicators, and they are not specific indicators, and these indicators that they are using are not specifically anything that you have done that are illegal. This is what your government has instilled effective July 7th, 2026. I have been telling you about what is it? What is it? NSPM 7 since way back in September of 2025. NSPM 7 is in full effect. NSPM 7 is in full effect. You are able to be deemed a domestic terrorist in your own country. As millionaires and billionaires, your president, the friends of your president, the family of your president are looting the treasury of this country. And they are able to demean you as a domestic terrorist as you do nothing illegal in your own country. This is what's going on in America right now today. They are going to be able to lock up all of your finances as the American Treasury is being looted right now today. But hey, everybody wants to be on the internet having fun, and RonyiQ don't know what she's talking about, and she doesn't know what she's talking about, and she has to go to Google, and why does she have to use? She don't know what she's talking about, and she has to go to Google, and she has to Google things, and she has to get her information. She has to get her news from other people. Who doesn't get news from other news sources? Who if you're getting news from your ass, is it really news then, or are you creating a bullshit? You get news from news sources. Isn't that how you get news? While you're listening to dumb motherfuckers out here trying to promote themselves as being a better than you motherfuckers, who are trying to promote themselves as being some grand damn motherfucker who have nothing to prove for themselves, as trying to be better than you. I'm trying to give you actual factual information about things that is going to really affect your lives, as you're out here listening to raccoon motherfuckers who are trying to pretend like they are some upper echelon motherfuckers who are just swimming in the residue of the bullshit that you live in because they want to tell you how they live better than you. I'm trying to give you real information about what's going on in the world that you actually live in. But hey, you want to believe that these ignorant motherfuckers know something. You want to listen to a dumb motherfucker make and think that they are imparting some wisdom on you, but you can't hear the real truth about what is really going on in the world behind you. You want to listen to a motherfucker who knows nothing about the world that's going on around you and have this motherfucker tell you to put your children in a dead fucking industry of coding. To have your kids go into a dead industry of coding. Okay. Um, This is what's going on in the United States of America. A motherfucker who's chasing RonyiQ around on a platform at the platform. It's not like RonyiQ even goes on any platform. A motherfucker who's so in his feelings because he got checked about the dumb shit that he's walking around acting like he is the end all and be all on information on the internet. That he is the uh, like he is the end all and be all of AI, and somebody who has been creating with AI, Sir King, who has been in AI 5 minutes and has excelled in AI uh, 5,000 times better doing AI better than this a kindergarten style AI that this motherfucker has been doing AI. Sir King has excelled in AI far better, and this motherfucker is sitting up here telling you what you should have your children doing in AI. And this motherfucker is doing preschool type AI, creating a preschool AI bullshit. And Sir King has been in AI for 15 seconds, and Sir King is doing doctorate type of AI work. Who are you listening to? Who are you listening to pontificate about AI? I mean, really? I mean, really? What are you people doing? Who are you people taking serious? At some point, do you take yourselves seriously? Oh, Jesus. Hey, Very Carey. Hey, Regina Myers. Hey, Jill Comfort Zone. Hey, Nappy Child. Hey, Neil. Bye, Pirate. Hit the like button on your way out. Okay, let's get into what we are going to talk about today. Let me let's get into what we're going to talk about today. We are in a full-fledged war, and our president had is out here lying about munitions that we don't have. I talked about that. Let me get to our comments. Yes, tap the screen twice to hit the like button. Subscribe if you're not subscribed. Let's Now I've talked about. Let's talk about where our economy really is. I want to share this with you. Uh, as we know, a lot of as we you may or may not know, uh, a lot of China and a lot of country has started taking all of their gold out of the Federal Reserve. Let's get into that. If you are not aware of that, you should be aware of that. Why are they doing that? Because they want their fucking gold.
The rally was finished. Now they assume we were hitting. Alright, guys, so let's talk about gold right now. After the fall from 5 grand, a lot of people thought the rally was finished. Now they assume we were heading back to the US dollar as a safe haven asset. But if you've been watching the price closely, the pullback might actually be over. Now gold just gained 5% in only 12 hours. It hit nearly 42.50 and the move was sharp. Now, part of this is Besant announcing Hormuz might reopen soon, and that meant energy inflation might drop and rates could come down. And in this twisted environment, lower rates actually helps gold go higher. It removes the opportunity cost of holding a non-yielding asset, like all the experts would say. But gold also reacts strongly to uncertainty, and we have zero certainty about whether this Iran deal is actually going to happen. And even if something gets signed, will the US or Iran reverse course immediately? Trump himself keeps threatening fire and brimstone on Iran in the same breath as the peace talks.
We didn't talk, they'll say, we didn't talk about nuclear. Well, what do we talk about? We're sitting there twiddling our thumbs, right? But it doesn't matter. Let's talk. The only thing that matters is action. And they want to make a deal. We'll see what happens. If they don't make a deal, it's going to be too bad.
Now, uncertainty is a huge driver of gold prices right now, but China is an even bigger factor behind the scenes. Just 2 weeks ago, China cancelled retail paper gold trading entirely. Now, this was the first major step in a much larger plan. When China banned paper retail gold trading, it really sent a clear signal to the world. We want the real physical metal inside our country, not paper contracts, not futures, actual gold sitting in the vaults. Now, the reasoning behind this is straightforward when you understand China's strategy. China is using their enormous manufacturing advantage to get the world to trade with them. Now, China's trade surplus hit an incredible $125 billion in June 2026 alone. They exported 412 billion in goods while importing 286 billion worth of products. Now, the growth rate is running at 27% year on year, and that means more and more countries are using Chinese currency to conduct trade. And when the world starts using more RMB, those holders need somewhere to put it. They need a way to earn a return on their yuan holdings. Now, you could put it into Chinese bonds, but the yield is well below 2%, and for some investors, might not be worth the effort. Now, you could buy Chinese stocks, but those swing 5% up or down on any given hour. So it's not a stable store of value for a country managing their reserves. And that is why
And we know that they're not putting it in U.S. bonds because U.S. bonds have become worthless. We know that they're also putting it in gold because a lot of countries are doing trade with the BRICS because they need gold to trade with the BRICS because usually when they were trading with the United States that they needed the American dollar. But because your president has decided to do all of these fucked up tariffs with all of these other countries, all of these other countries have decided that they were going to trade with a more stable trading partner, and therefore people have decided to find a more stable trading partner. And that's why more countries are stockpiling gold to trade with the BRICS. Let's continue. We talked about this over a year ago. Let's continue.
China is pushing more towards gold as the answer for everyone. Now, China has been accumulating gold for the longest time, but something has changed significantly in the recent months. Their central bank is now physically moving gold into Hong Kong vaults specifically. The Chinese are draining gold from the West and building up their own storage in Hong Kong. And that points to one very clear conclusion: China wants to make Hong Kong the global hub for buying and selling physical gold. So, whatever gold China still had stored in London is now being shipped directly to Hong Kong. And the shift is deliberate and it is accelerating. Now, this is a serious and strategic push with a clear end goal. Once there is enough physical gold in Hong Kong, China's real agenda comes into full view. It will naturally drive up demand for gold as both a long term investment and a safe haven asset. And that is a very big tailwind for prices moving higher from here. Now, just look at the major banks that are supporting the Hong Kong Gold Hub. Standard Chartered, HSBC, and UBS, they are all involved. Major US banks like JP Morgan and Citigroup, they're also in on the action. So American banks, they want to make money from this. They understand the enormous amount of cash that will flow through Hong Kong. And being the middleman in that flow is simply very good business for them. So while the world is still obsessed with holding US treasuries, China is already reshaping the system. They are chipping away at the US bond market's dominance piece by piece, and they are bringing in as much physical gold as possible. And this is the critical first step we have to see. Now, since April, Chinese gold shipments flowing to Hong Kong, they have been flying higher. This was exactly when gold started falling from 5 grand down to 4 grand. But China used that dip to buy even more and more inventory to Hong Kong. And this is simply more demand driving prices higher over time. Now, gold has been suppressed by Western paper exchanges for far too long. And it's not just the Hong Kong vaults accumulating. Chinese retail investors, they're driving massive additional demand as well. Now, the men on the street and professionals in China have been buying non-stop for at least 14 straight days. A total of $1.2 billion worth of fresh gold demand has been added in that window alone. And these funds flow out to global markets and they buy physical gold they can find. They are buying from the Swiss, who are ironically sourcing it from the US. So American gold is flowing to China. The Chinese, they're draining gold directly out of the United States. And there's no sign this process is going to slow down at all. So if you're China, holding US debt simply does not make sense anymore. You are funding the adversary, and you are funding your adversary, actively waging a chip war, an AI war, and a
So, the US dollar is worthless. This is what they're telling you. If you are Chinese, if you're Chinese and the US dollar is worthless, what is the US dollar worth to the American? What is it worth to you as an American? Huh? I'm curious.
trade war against you. How does that make sense? So buying US treasuries today is incoherent for Beijing. That's why they're moving their reserves somewhere that cannot be frozen, debased, or confiscated. That's why China is moving on two fronts simultaneously. Now they are bolstering their own domestic economy and they're protecting their financial reserves. And a big shout out to our sponsor today, Indigo Precious Metals. When it comes to buying gold and silver, I trust Indigo Precious Metals in Singapore. They have made investing in precious metals safe, fast, easy, and simple for both small and large scale.
Okay, so I just wanted to give you this information. The dollar is on the decline. The link is in my description box. Go over there and it's under the title gold, not the dollar. that is it, it is in my description box. Please go. Who is this big head under like video? Why do I have Jill's comfort zone big head under like videos? Let me why do I have Jill's big face under like videos? Let me get to the other videos I want to share with you today. Where is where am I today? Where is it? Here we go.
So this right here, what you're about to see, this is what Piers Morgan's show.
No, that's not what I want. Hold on 1 second. Here we go. Let me start here. Let me start here.
You would close an account based on those concerns about money laundering. Because this is a term that you learn in like second, sometimes third year of law school. It is really bad. So one of the things is the Department of Interior.
Your president has been crying about how Capital One has closed over 300 of his accounts. Now, banks have ways of flagging accounts if they see certain activities going on in their accounts. But these activities that have gone on in your president's account has been flagged, and he's crying foul, like, how dare they flag my accounts for these things? Let me see. Let me see if I can find it in here. And it is akin to some people would call it. It is akin to money laundering. And they close 300 accounts of your president, but your president isn't going to jail, and he's bitching and moaning for his accounts. Capital One has closed his accounts, and he's making a big brew haha. These are the same things that Jeffrey Epstein, who was a big buddy to one of the bankers who overrode these types of things being flagged in his accounts when he was paying off these young girls. So these flags didn't happen in Jeffrey Epstein's accounts because one of the bankers who he was good friends with would override these things so they wouldn't be flagged because he was visiting the ranch and all of these things. So let's see why your president is mad at Capital One.
To try and get around it. That being said, it will be another hurdle for an administration that wants to look at this. One wonderful thing I just want to point out is Todd Blanche thinks it's somehow a good fact for him that he says, well, I just want to make sure people understand that I didn't agree to immunity for any Todd. And we're supposed to be like, oh, thank you.
What an upstanding AG. All right. So, Andrew, this one kind of went a little bit under the radar,
Totally.
But it's juicy, to say the least. So basically, to back up, Trump accused a couple banks of some sort of,
debanking.
I guess it was, debanking. It was a civil suit debanking. He said he was debanked because those banks had gone woke and he had filed suit against them. Capital One was one of the banks that he filed suit against.
Sam, when you think Capital One, you think woke, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
And JP Morgan is the other. When I think JP Morgan, I mean, no offense, but I don't think woke.
Yeah, no, well, you just haven't been paying close enough attention. There's rainbows everywhere in those offices. All right, so Capital One stated in federal court. Capital One stated in federal court on Friday that it actually had closed. I think it was 385 out of 400 Trump Organization bank accounts. They closed them in 2021, not because they had taken a progressive stance on trans rights, but because of anti-money laundering reviews. This is pretty explosive. It's kind of weird. It came out of nowhere. They said it was months of analysis, careful review by their anti-money laundering team in accordance with the bank policies and regulatory guidance. So what did you make of this? Again, this is like pretty opaque. That's all we have really to work on.
So let me just focus on that. So Donald Trump is trying to get money from these banks. And so he is saying, you improperly debanked me. So in Capital One's case, there's no question that the contract that Donald Trump and the companies had with Capital One said that either party can sort of leave for any and all reasons at all. So it's either side can just take the ball and go home and doesn't have to give a reason at all. And as a result of that,
either party can leave. I can close your account, period. Now, either party can leave.
The judge overseeing this case dismissed it twice already. There was a first.
Your case has been dismissed. You have no case. Now you're president, and now you're trying to make it a seem like this case has not been dismissed twice on merit.
Complaint. There was an amended complaint, and now this is the second amended complaint that Donald Trump has claimed that this was done for, even though it could be done for any reason. He's saying any reason except I want to add a reason into that you can't do it for into the contract. It seems highly unlikely that this judge is going to go for it. By the way, the judge was appointed by
Donald Trump.
Exactly. So it is very useful. It's not a rogue, judge who's.
It's always fun when that happens. He's just absolutely livid inside.
Right.
Who are these Federalist Society judges I was forced to appoint?
Yes, exactly. And by the way, Donald Trump, of course, brought this case in Florida, but the federal judge in it is not Judge Cannon.
Okay.
So in the course of defending it, the Capital One states in black and white, exactly as you said, that this was done for anti-money laundering and that there were lots of red flags. So this is what I did. I go to, because you can get all of these things are publicly filed, except there is a confidentiality order. So I'm looking at this and I'm seeing, see Exhibit C or see Exhibit B, page 73. So I go to the court file, which is all online, and you go to it and it says redacted.
Of course.
This is
So Capital One has levers in their that will alert it to things that feels that if certain things happen, it alerts them to things that they consider to be money laundering. And the alert levers sounded in the 300 accounts of your president that alerted it to things that they feel would be money laundering. And these accounts were closed. It was appealed, and it is being appealed again by your president. Let that sink in. Did you know about that? Or has that been hushed? Has that been hushed? Let's continue. Let's continue.
Talk about a gut punch. Donald Trump, we're now learning from this exclusive reporting from the Associated Press, Donald Trump allowed, and this is being allowed by Pete Hegseth and being orchestrated by Mark Wayne Mullen and the.
Now, we have people over fighting the war in Iran. We got people fighting the war in Iran. The best and the brightest. People over there fighting, losing their lives in the war. And while we have people fighting the war, you have Mark Wayne Mullen and Pete Hegseth and all of these degenerates that they have hired as ICE agents, arresting and kidnapping the family members of our enlisted soldiers. Arresting and kidnapping family members of our soldiers and putting them in ICE detention and actually deporting family members of our soldiers. Were you aware of that? Are you aware of that is going on? As you have soldiers fighting and losing their lives with not even enough ammunition to fight and protect their own lives over in Iran. Their family members are being picked up by degenerates who have complaints of stalking their and domestic abuse against their own family members over here, taking the lives of people in the streets of America. Because they have domestic violence complaints against them being hired by the Department of Homeland Security. And they are picking up the families of military personnel and putting them in ICE detainment centers. As our soldiers don't have enough to protect themselves in a war in Iran. Did you know that this is what's going on in your government? Let's continue.
DHS and ICE and Border Patrol are kidnapping the families of active duty United States military personnel. My brothers and sisters in arms are expected to serve with selflessness while their families are being tracked, hunted, kidnapped, and deported from the country, while they give of their life, give of their service to this country. They are being assaulted by this country. This is the headline from the Associated Press. Trump's immigration crackdown has detained more than 50 military spouses and parents. President Donald, and by the way, three guesses what color they are. Three guesses if they're white or not. If these are white soldiers and airmen and sailors and Marines who are having their families deported, kidnapped from their places of work, from their schools, from their homes, are they white? Yeah, right. President Donald Trump's administration has detained, and also let me say this. I know I'm getting a little slow roll here, getting started, all these things I'm commenting on. President Donald Trump's administration, could we create more distance between the policy that Donald Trump himself promised and enacted? Donald Trump is doing this, not Donald Trump's administration, like it's out of his hands, like he has no control. Come on, Associated Press. President Donald Trump has detained dozens of parents and spouses of active duty U.S. troops as it rolls back immigration protections for military families to pursue its mass deportation agenda, an Associated Press investigation found. More than 50 parents and spouses of active duty service members have been detained since Trump took office for a second term, and at least 6 have been deported. The AP found in its first accounting of such detentions, which the government does not track, shocker, they don't want any.
Hold on 1 second. Adam Sinclair, let me be real clear with you. Fuck James Carville and Bill Maher, because I am an American citizen. Fuck them. I don't stand for. I'm American citizen. I'm not an Israeli citizen. Because Bill Maher wants to lay down his whole life for the Israeli issue. Fuck Bill Maher. Let him take his yarmulke and move over to Israel, because all of the Israeli issues are most for in the front and foremost important to him. Let James Carville and all of his biases against a Muslim who has won the hearts and the interests of the American populace, who has stated what he wants to do to the do for the American voters. If James Carville wants to lead the Democrat Party, by James Carville. Nobody gives a fuck if your old ass wants to lead the Democrat parties. Nobody is buying into your old. You don't deem who is a part of the Democrat parties, your antiquated ways. You are not the be all say all who gets to be a part of the Democrat Party. Take your old ass and leave the party. You are not the gatekeeper of the Democrat Party, because people are tired of the Democrat Party bowing down to special interests and moneyed group. People want their personal lives to change without bowing down to moneyed interests. The fuck out of here. Fuck James Carville and especially Bill Maher. Bill Maher wants to bow down to Israel while laying up in black pussy. Fuck out of here. Anyway, let's continue. You can't have it both ways.
Evidence of what they're doing. At least 8 immediate family members of U.S. service members remain in federal immigration custody. Parents and spouses of people in the military have generally been shielded from deportation under bipartisan consensus for decades. But the AP found that they're now routinely being detained for months as they try to adjust to their legal status through the policies available to service members' close relatives, and even as the military continues to recruit by advertising immigration benefits for enlistees' families. Experts warn that the reversal could undermine military preparedness even as the U.S. is at war in Iran. It's left military members without emotional support and caretakers for their children, delayed deployments, and forced some to take leave. Quote, "How can I even focus on my military career because I have to worry about how my wife is doing?" said Army Sergeant Juarez, who was stationed in Fort Bliss, Texas, when his wife was detained outside a Walmart in front of their 6-year-old daughter in July. But we support the troops, right? It's the family, not only of family values, as I started the show a few topics ago, it's also the party of loving the military and supporting the troops. Is this supporting the troops? A handful of detentions of service member spouses have prompted public backlash and led to intervention by Homeland Security Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen to secure their release. The Department of Homeland Security has said it does not compile data on these cases. Again, we know why. The AP obtained information by analyzing thousands of federal court records compiled by habeas dockets, a project run by the Immigration Justice Transparency Initiative, by reviewing existing media coverage, and by verifying information with family members and attorneys. The actual number is likely much higher than the 51 cases the AP found. The AP asked for comment from the DHS on each case, including the individual's immigration and criminal history, and the agency did not provide specific information about the majority of cases. Now, if you didn't serve in the United States military like I did and many others, maybe in your family, you might not know how much impact this has on readiness, on morale. When you're in the military, they talk a lot about readiness, and they tie it directly to, it maps on, morale maps on to readiness. How able to act, how quickly to stand up a force and get them deployed. That's readiness. Readiness involves a host of other things: military munitions readiness, personnel readiness, unit readiness. All of this plays a role. And morale of your troops is critical in moments, especially when we are at war, and we are at war. Now, they give two instances here that I want to read from that are just tragic and horrific. Air Force Tech Sergeant Wendy Gbeev, 30, said she hasn't had a good night's sleep since her father, Luis Alberto Ramirez Zavala, was detained by immigration officials last month. Gbeev was there when he was arrested at a routine interview with U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services in Missouri about his pending application for legal status. She spent hours refreshing the USCIS page to track where the government was taking her father from a county jail in Missouri to an Immigrations and Customs Enforcement detention facility in Texas. Finally, roughly 2 weeks after he was detained, she found out he had been deported to his native Mexico. Quote, "It's the most frustrating, helpless feeling," she said. She also said ICE still hasn't informed her family why her father was removed so quickly. Ramirez Zavala spent most of his life in the United States working as a ranch hand in rural Illinois. Ramirez Zavala's wife of 30 years, a legal permanent resident, is considering returning to Mexico to be with her husband. For Gbeev, whose husband is also in the Air Force, that would leave no one to watch their children ages 2 and 4 if they were deployed. That would be our entire safety net, she said. This dismantles families. This hurts morale. This hurts their motivation to even continue to serve their country. And this is the absolute objective of Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth. It's to harm the military by rooting out black and brown people. They're already deleting thousands and thousands of photos across Pentagon websites, military websites, of contributions of black people. Even any mention of someone who's black or a woman or gay or trans, they want to erase. They want our military to be comprised of strictly straight white men. The same weak, straight white men who are always acting like they're victims. Not all the military, but the conservative ones, the Republican ones, they want to act like, oh, we're the true victims. My low sperm count and low testosterone. Give me a shot, Pete.
Give me gender affirming care, Pete Cakebread. I need gender affirming care. Okay. That is in all of these links are in my description box. Please avail yourself to them. Trump's new executive orders.
Tonight, President Trump is trying a new way to restrict birthright citizenship and crack down on so-called birth tourism by denying visas to some pregnant women.
Very big crackdowns, and this will give us the right to do it in a much more forceful manner.
In June, the Supreme Court narrowly shot down the president's previous attempt to deny automatic citizenship to children of non-citizens born in the U.S., ruling the broader executive order he signed at the beginning of his second term was unconstitutional because it violated the 14th Amendment.
It was close, but a very, very unfortunate decision. So we're making adjustments because it's very unfair.
These new executive orders are more narrow, including applying to children born of foreign diplomatic staff working on behalf of another government while in the U.S., children of people who belong to federally declared terrorist groups, and children born of mothers who enter the U.S. solely for the purpose of having a child on U.S. soil, known as birth tourism.
They've taken birthright citizenship and they've made a joke out of it. They're buying their way in, and we're not going to let it happen.
The White House calling it a broken system, allowing foreigners access to U.S. government benefits.
If you're telling a consular officer you're here as a tourist, but your true purpose and intent is to go to a baby mill, give birth, and try to mint an American citizen while you're here, then you're committing a fraud against the American government.
But tonight, LULAC responding the 14th Amendment is not a policy preference.
And Gabe, tonight we're already hearing from potential legal challengers to the president's actions.
Yes, Tom, several groups are looking through these executive orders tonight. The ACLU tells us no matter how many executive orders President Trump signs, birthright remains the law of the land.
These people are just deplorable. They had a first swipe that's swiped down by the Supreme Court, and now they're going back and back and back with that big bobblehead.
It's why we've been doing interviews with Black media.
Now, James Tallarico, I don't know why there is a question if James Tallarico should win the vote, why Black people should vote for James Tallarico. I think that James Tallarico is a good candidate, especially over Ken Paxton. I understand that people are pissed off that James Tallarico won over Jasmine Crockett. It is what it is, and if you're mad that James Tallarico and Jasmine Crockett district was penciled out, it's not James Tallarico fault. It's the fault of these racist Republicans that gerrymandered out Jasmine Crockett's district, but not voting is not the answer to combat racism in the Republican Party. Not having a voice at all is not the answer in addressing the racism in the Republican Party in Texas. So James Tallarico is a amenable voice in Texas. So Black people, get up off of your asses and vote for James Tallarico in Texas. So I have been talking about James Tallarico in Texas since James Tallarico was in I think he was in the state Congress or state Senate in Texas when he was the voice fighting to keep the 10 Commandments out of the schoolroom, the 10 Commandments out of the classroom, and what was it? The 10 Commandments and the Bible out of the classroom. So go, and he's some type of religious leader, and he was a state, I think it was a state congressman or senator, and he wanted to keep the Bible out of the classroom. Vote for James Tallarico because he is the only vote that you have when it comes to a Senate position. What you gonna put? Let Ken Paxton win the seat? What are your only options? Because you're mad. Get the fuck out of here. Okay, let's go here.
The deranged occupant of the White House is extremely angry over reports of weapon shortages against Iran. He has threatened to jail journalists if they are found to be reporting on this development. Frustrated Trump is also reported to have lashed out at Pete Hegseth for leaving the US military in such a mess.
So, he has reported to lashed out at Pete Hegseth for leaving the military in such a mess. But oh no, Pete's doing a great job. Pete is doing a great job. When it's obvious, Pete is a whole DEI unqualified hire. And look at the state of our military in the middle of a fucking war.
The Iranian parliament speaker has mocked Trump for his fake threats and another embarrassing U-turn. The Houthis have attacked the Saudi-backed forces of the Yemeni government, leaving at least 58 dead. More than $150,000 have been raised to support a young, brave girl, Ariana, who was fired by Burger King for chanting Free Palestine slogan to an Israeli man. This will be the broad focus of my video tonight. Also in this video, an Australian judge currently heading the Royal Commission on Anti-Semitism has condemned Israeli sympathizers for threatening and abusing a lawyer for the Palestinian group using Islamophobic tropes. So please stay tuned. Israeli slave Donald Trump today reacted furiously to a Reuters report on the complete depletion of weapons stockpile in the US military. He took to his social media, Truth Social, to threaten journalists with lengthy jail sentences if they reported on the weapons shortage gripping the US military. In one of his posts, he wrote, and I quote, "The US has massive amounts of munitions, especially of certain types. Additionally, large amounts are being manufactured and shipped to the US as needed. Defense companies are building the largest numbers of plants and factories in our country's history. The leakers of these treasonous statements are being hunted down. Long-term jail sentences will be sought. President DJT," end quote. But that was his public posturing to stop reporters from reporting the truth, since this exposes his criminal act in jeopardizing the safety of US military personnel.
Is America great again? Is America great again? Threatening journalists of these leakers. These leakers came from the military. The military has been leaking this information, this factual information. Your president came out and said that they have, while we are out of these different interceptors that may be that may be the more preferred interceptors. We have these other ones that are, they may not be the best interceptors. They may not be the best interceptors, but they are good enough. And you're talking about you're going to put people in jail who are reporting the facts. These leakers. And well, we have these, and they're not the best, but they're good. These leakers, these people who are doing their jobs, reporting stories. You're reporting. You're threatening them with jail time. Is America great again yet? Have we made America great again yet? Is this something that you're putting out on your live social media and charging $100,000 a month that people can get earlier and by paying $100,000 a month to get these type of tweets early, so they can profit off of?
In his war of choice. Privately, he is trembling with fear. Behind the scenes, reports suggest that Trump has privately expressed frustration to his racist thug cabinet colleague Pete Hegseth over a dwindling US precision missile stockpile. And as we approach another weekend, Trump is back to manipulating stock markets by claiming that the war with Iran will be over soon.
Pretty soon again, based on everything I see. As soon as the war ends, and I think it's going to end pretty soon. I don't think they can go much longer. Yeah, please.
Has a deal been reached to reopen the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, I don't want to say it has been. It's sort of open right now. We have a thing called the blockade headed up by the U.S. Navy, and we control it. And now we control it, but they can always shoot something. They always have something or drop a mine. And if you have one mine sitting out there, you sort of mess things up, because people don't want to take their billion-dollar boats and accidentally get hit by a mine. But I think we're doing very well. I just, I'm involved in the negotiation. I think we're doing fine. It could be soon, yeah.
Iranian Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bakr Kalibaf used the opportunity to mock Trump for his fake threats and his imaginary claims on holding direct talks with Iran. He wrote on Twitter, and I quote, "Massive attack coming. Wait, never mind. They want to negotiate. That's theater diplomacy on loop. Using bullying plus broken promises plus fake news as leverage is a failed strategy. Acknowledge the facts and fulfill your commitments. We don't need more theater. End quote. Elsewhere, Yemen's Ansarullah fighters, also known as the Houthis, today launched a brutal military attack against the Saudi-backed government forces in Yemen. At least 58 Yemeni government soldiers are believed to have been killed and dozens more wounded in a series of coordinated Houthi drone and ballistic missile attacks. Basically, the Houthis targeted military training camps in central and eastern Yemen. The devastating assault marks the bloodiest military escalation in Yemen's civil war since the UN brokered truce was enacted in 2022. This is what the Houthis military spokesperson, Brigadier General Yahya Sari, said in a statement.
بيان صادر عن القوات المسلحة اليمنية بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قال تعالى فلا عدوان إلا على الظالمين صدق الله العظيم إمعانا من العدو السعودي المجرم في مواصلة الحصار والعدوان على شعبنا اليمني العزيز منذ ما يقارب 12 عاما فقد رصدت قواتنا المسلحة تحشيدات عسكرية سعودية كبيرة كانت في مراحلها النهائية تهدف إلى التصعيد على المحافظات الحرة والشعب اليمني لثنيه عن موقفه في إنهاء الحصار الظالم وعليه فقد قامت قواتنا المسلحة بعملية عسكرية واسعة ونوعية استهدفت تحشيدات العدو السعودي في مناطق الرويك والعبر والثنية ومعسكرات أخرى تابعة لما يسمى الفرقة الأولى والثالثة طوارئ بعدد كبير من الصواريخ البالستية والطائرات المسيرة. وكان من نتائج العملية ما يلي: مصرع وإصابة المئات من مرتزقة العدو السعودي، تدمير وإحراق عدد كبير من معسكرات وتحشيدات ومخازن وأسلحة العدو السعودي في منطقة الوديعة شرقي البلاد، تدمير عدد كبير من الآليات العسكرية المتواجدة في المعسكرات المستهدفة. إن القوات المسلحة اليمنية تحذر العدو السعودي المجرم من أي حماقة يرتكبها ضد بلدنا وشعبنا، وسيتحمل عواقب أي تصعيد. ننصح المغرر بهم والمخدوعين من أبناء بلدنا بمغادرة معسكرات العدو السعودي والعودة إلى مناطقهم قبل فوات الأوان. نؤكد لشعبنا اليمني العزيز في كل المحافظات أن القوات المسلحة على أهبة الاستعداد لمواجهة أي تصعيد، وندعو جميع أبناء شعبنا لمواصلة حالة الاستنفار والتصدي لأي تصعيد عدواني سعودي وضرب التحشيدات السعودية أينما كانت، مستمرون في معادلة الحصار بالحصار حتى إنهاء الحصار على بلدنا. والله حسبنا ونعم الوكيل، نعم المولى ونعم النصير. عاش اليمن حرا عزيزا مستقلا، والنصر لليمن ولكل أحرار الأمة. صنعاء 23 من صفر 1448 للهجرة، الموافق للسادس من أغسطس 2026، صادر عن القوات المسلحة اليمنية.
In the US, the news of Abdul al-Sayyad's historic victory in the Democratic primary for the Michigan Senate race has sent shockwaves across the Zionist.
And the fact that he won the primary in Michigan, the disgusting shit that is coming out of the fear that is coming out and the hatred that is coming out of these Americans, these Zionist Americans, that is coming out because somebody has spoken up for the American interests. All of this Zionist hatred that is coming out because somebody spoke up for not representing Israel. All of this anti-Muslim hatred that has come out for someone who said that they are not going to represent Israeli interests, that they are going to represent the American people. It's ludicrous. This man came out and said that he is going to represent the American interests. And all of this anti-Muslim hatred, which has been proven ineffective with the voters. Keep on with this ignorance. Nobody is supporting this Israeli interest in the United States, and the more you ignorance come out here with this Israeli interest. There was over $60 million from AIPAC that was put up against Al Sayed in Michigan, and he lost the race. And a lot of people talked about, oh, well, he barely won the race. He should have won. He was expected to have won the race by more than what he won the race by, and he barely won the race. You know why he barely won the race? Because mission primaries is an open primary, which means not only do Democrats get to vote in the primaries because it's an open primary, which means Republicans and Democrats can vote in the Michigan primaries. Not only Democrats get to vote in the Michigan primaries. So Republicans also can vote in the Democrat primaries. What do you think that means? That some hating ass Republicans bought their ass into the Democrat primaries to try to bring this man down, because some hating ass Republicans tried to bring this Muslim man down in the Democrat primaries when they are not even Democrat voters. That's what it meant. Some hateful ass anti-Muslim people try to get him to lose in the primaries when they don't even vote Democrat, and he still won. Let that sink in. You people better understand that you better get up off your asses and vote your interests. Because motherfuckers who absolutely don't have your interests at heart will try to do anything to subvert your interests. Okay, so let's continue.
Landscape in the country. After J.D. Vance used Islamophobic trope to indulge in fear-mongering, his boss, a notorious racist and Islamophobe, went a step further.
And the polls were wrong again last night when they thought it would be a landslide victory for a hater of Jews and a hater of Israel. This guy hates Jews. Somebody said, oh, that's a little strong. No, he hates Jews and he hates Israel.
Jonathan Greenbelt from the ADL was seething in anger. But I don't think anyone cares about what he or his fake organization have to say.
Jews across the state of Michigan are seeing the results come in from the Democratic primary. Throughout the campaign, ADL has called out nominee Abdul El-Sayed for peddling in anti-Semitic tropes, saying things like the only reason that people support the state of Israel is money, or for campaigning with notorious bigot Hassan Piker. Campaign trail rhetoric and actions send clear signals about what a person believes and what a political party thinks is permissible. As ADL works to protect, advocate, and educate in order to serve the Jewish community, fight anti-Semitism.
You know what? Oh, you know what kills me? They talk about Hassan Piker. They talk about Hassan Piker, but they have no problem talking about the AIPAC money that goes in. They talk about they have no problem talking about all of the money that comes in that support Israel and what Israel has produced in Palestine. Nobody wants to talk about the results that Israel has had in Palestine. Nobody, people want to ignore what Israel has produced in Palestine. Oh, we supposed to be okay with what Israel has done and produced in Palestine. But we're supposed to talk about Hassan Piker. What Hassan Piker has said. Who has Hassan Piker hurt, harmed? What lives has Hassan Piker taken? But everybody is supposed to be okay with the IDF and what Israel has done in Palestine. Everybody is supposed to be okay with the IDF and what Israel has done in Palestine. Make that make sense in taking $60 million from APEC. Are you serious? Are you fucking serious?
Anti-Semitism and hate of all kinds. We will continue to call out politicians and parties that traffic in anti-Semitism, that dress up bigotry with the disguise of social justice. We are not going to stop. And we will keep calling on political leaders and candidates from both parties to reject anti-Semitism and to commit to combating it whenever and wherever it occurs.
The wind of change has finally blown in the US, heralding the era of a new America. To see another example of Americans showing their disgust to anyone who is even remotely seen as a sympathizer of the genocidal entity of Israel, watch this clip. In this video, a so-called medical professional, a self-professed Zionist, is hounded out by a group of awakened Americans. Their time is up. Enough of fooling Americans to exploit their money to commit the worst Holocaust in living memory. This is a small clip. The longer version is there for you to watch on our Telegram channel. Details are on your screen and also in the description of this video.
I am a Zionist.
That's
Look
right.
at the definition.
That's right.
Baby killer.
Yep, everybody knows what Zionism is.
What do you
Supremacy, baby
This
killing.
What do you do for
Shit.
people? What do you do for people? Do you feed the homeless? Do you help anybody?
Yes, we do.
Or do you just
We do.
protest?
We absolutely do.
Seriously? What is your problem?
Back off, Steinberg. Back off.
This is the rudeness. This is why they're hated by.
That's why he needs this protection. He needs protection from everybody. From a woman. Bitch. Do something. Do something. Do something. You were gonna say you were gonna do something, right? That's what I thought.
You ruin your cause. Be careful. You ruin your own cause. You and your big mouth husband. It's hilarious.
How do I ruin my cause?
Because you're lying.
How am
One
I?
lie after another.
All these dead babies, mutilated babies, are the whole world's eyes work. Your eyes might be closed because of fucking settler, fucking Zionist settler.
Here's another example. A brave young girl called Ariana sees an entitled Israeli man in her Burger King outlet who tries to flaunt his Israeli identity. The girl doesn't hesitate for a moment before yelling "Free Palestine" on his face. Burger King is now facing global condemnation, and rightly so, and a renewed call for a boycott for firing this brave girl. Watch this girl defend her action here.
Ariana, what did you say to me? What did you say to me, Ariana? What did Okay, Ariana.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ariana Hamilton. I am the person from this video. First is my side of the story. I'm gonna keep it real short and simple. That man did come in very aggressively. I did not ask him where he was from, like originated from. I asked him, where's he from the Lehigh Valley? We get a lot of people from a lot of different places, New York, New Jersey. As he didn't say in the video, he did originally said he was from New Jersey, and we stopped it at that until he took out the Star of David from his shirt and said, I'm Israeli, I'm from Israel, and that is what got me to say Free Palestine. Absolutely, I wasn't going to back down on Free Palestine when he put the camera in my face. That's just not somebody I am. I will forever speak on my views just and I will never be scared to say what I think. I just wanted to say my whole point of saying Free Palestine was not to spread hate, because the reason I was fired was because I discriminated against him and I had said hate speech. That is not what I wanted to give out. That was not my intention. My intention was to speak all my views, because absolutely I say Free Palestine, Free Gaza, stop the genocide. Because what's going on right now is more than any of us could imagine. We're not living in it, so we don't know what it is or what's happening or like experiencing it. We're not experiencing it, so we think it's nothing, but it's absolutely something. Kids are dying. Kids haven't been to school. Kids are supporting kids. They're not getting food. They're not getting water. Their parents are dying in front of them. There's more amputees in Gaza alone. This is not okay. It's not okay, and I will continue to speak on that fact. Free Gaza, free Palestine. But it's a lot's going on right now, and I'm trying to keep to myself, because the threats I've been getting from people from Israel have been absolutely insane. But yeah, and my last question for you guys is Burger King safe for Palestinians right now?
Salute to the parents of this beautiful and brave engine. And the great news is that more than $150,000 have already been raised to support Ariana's loss of earnings and also her future education. In the UK, Professor David Miller's victory against the University of Bristol has now prompted TV series Lose Women star Nadia Sawalha to take legal action against ITV.
So, in the United States, a black woman who is being accosted by a fool who's yelling and screaming about Palestine, about the atrocities that's going on in Palestine. And she has the audacity to say Free Palestine, loses her job. A black woman who white people in the United States always accuses of sitting on welfare, not wanting to work and do their fair share. You know, all of the black tropes that they want to say that black people don't want to work, loses her job because she has the audacity to say Free Palestine, loses her job. She gets $150,000 sent to her. But a white woman, a trailer trash bitch, white woman who calls a autistic black child a nigger several times over, gets nearly $1 million sent to her from white people because she calls a autistic black child a nigger. She gets nearly $1 million. Where does that make sense? It makes sense because this is the racist America that we live in. This shows the real racist America. We are where we reward racism in America, where we pretend like black women are the lazy one, and we reward white racist women in America. Any questions? Any denials? Are we paying attention? Are we going to deny what America is and what we see of America? And the bitches garnered more money because she has been ordered to actually do community service, and there are more white tears and white money that has been paid out to Shiloh Hendricks, the one who called this black child a nigger, and they have poured out more money to this white racist bitch. Why a black woman has lost her fucking job? for saying put a free Palestine, and she only got $150,000. Okay, let's continue.
She was taken off air after the Israeli lobby accused her and her Green Party councillor husband, Mark Adderley, of anti-Semitism in their social media posts. This is her statement here.
You have today written to ITV alleging that I have been treated unlawfully due to my protected beliefs. Now, before I say anything else, I want to say how sad I am that it's got to this. Believe me, I have appealed to ITV's hearts and minds, but to no avail. So, after I began speaking publicly in support of Palestine in December 2023, I became the target of an escalating campaign of smears, complaints, hostile media coverage, and targeted calls to have me removed from Loose Women. And since then, ITV have taken me on and off Loose Women a number of times. I've mostly been told that the reason for this was, and I quote, "It's all a bit noisy out there for us." In July 2026, after I'd been taken off air again and Mark was running as a Green councillor, a number of newspapers made false allegations about us, accusing us of supporting terrorism and being anti-Semitic. Disgusting. So far, 2 of the papers have had to issue apologies and pay damages, and other cases are still pending. Now, around the same time, an open letter from a group of prominent pro-Israel media figures apparently sent a 20-page document to ITV urging them not to reinstate me. No one has yet paid me the courtesy of allowing me to see the letter or answer the accusations. ITV have continued to take me on and off Loose Women, forever changing the goalposts, whilst also saying they couldn't guarantee they wouldn't take me off again, as it would depend on what was said, even though I'm hired for being an opinionated woman on a discussion show, and I've never brought up or spoken about Palestine directly on the show. This is the tip of the iceberg of what's been happening, but this is Instagram and I only have 3 minutes. So as well as taking legal action against ITV, there is a petition that we would love you and yours to sign. 2 years ago, a petition to get me removed from Loose Women was set up, but now I want to show there are many more people with us than against us. I want to make it clear, it's not just me that has been targeted like this for my beliefs. There are the teachers, doctors, nurses, charity and supermarket workers and students who've also spoken according to their conscience and have suffered a similar fate as me. Well, enough is enough. We need to send a clear message to ITV and other groups and corporations that we won't be scared into silence. No one should be bullied out of their job for following their conscience and speaking out.
I will now leave you with this fascinating clip of a brave woman called Virginia Bell. She is the chair of the Royal Commission on Anti-Semitism in Australia. Bell has strongly condemned a series of truly abusive and Islamophobic emails sent to Ragini Mathur SC, the barrister representing the Australia-Palestine Advocacy Network, to defend the core legal principles of procedural fairness and institutional independence. The abusive messages were triggered after Zionist groups publicly accused Mathur of attempting to hijack the Royal Commission on Anti-Semitism and Social Cohesion following her rigorous cross-examination of a Jewish witness. This is their sense of bloody entitlement. This Jewish witness was David Ossip, who heads the Israeli lobby group Board of Deputies in New South Wales. He took objection to the fact that he was subjected to grilling for the genocide. This was one example of his grilling.
Between 2008 and 2023, 7 October 2023, roughly 6,600 Palestinians had been killed by the Israeli security forces. That's the context, is it not?
I mean, that's your assertion. I wasn't prepared for this. There's no way I can actually comment on that.
It's your understanding, isn't it, however, that in the period of 2023, the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs called 2023 the deadliest year for the West Bank Palestinians since it began recording casualties in 2005. In the first 9 months of the year of that year alone, before October 7, roughly 200 Palestinians had been killed, including roughly 40 children. That was information known to you, wasn't it, Mr. Ossip?
Well done to Commissioner Bell for not mincing her words and also not succumbing to these rogue bullies as she lashed out at the perpetrators to make it abundantly clear that the Palestinian groups had been formally granted proper legal standing to appear, that the barrister was entirely within her rights to test the evidence, and that legal counsel carrying out their professional duties must never be subjected to personal, racially motivated, or religious harassment.
There is a matter that I should raise arising out of yesterday's hearing block. There was the Office of the Solicitors Assisting the Commission received an email communication today from the solicitors for the Australian Palestine Advocacy Network, APAN. That attached a copy of a newspaper report of an interview with a prominent member of the Jewish community who expressed the opinion in that interview that counsel appearing for APAN and for the Palestine Advocacy Group had endeavoured to hijack the Royal Commission. The individual said that counsel had engaged in, or is reported to have said, counsel had engaged in this attempt for their clickbait theatrics and gratuitous slurs against Israel. Following the publication of that interview, I am informed that Ms. Mather of Senior Counsel, who appeared yesterday for APAN, received a series of truly abusive Islamophobic emails that I will have marked for identification, but that I don't propose to describe in further detail. 2 points should be raised. The first is that Ms. Mather did not hijack this Royal Commission. Ms. Mather was appearing for an organisation whose interests were substantially and directly affected by the subject matter of yesterday's hearing, in that trenchant criticism was being made of the representatives of that organisation. Ms. Mather's cross-examination proceeded based upon a limited grant of leave. The leave was limited to paragraph 51 of the statement of Mr. Ossip. In that paragraph, Mr. Ossip expressed his opinion about the conduct of the State of Israel in the period immediately following the attack by the terrorist group Hamas on Israel. Ms. Mather sought on behalf of her client to put matters that challenged the factual basis for the formation of that aspect of Mr. Ossip's opinion. She was granted leave to do that because procedural fairness, a concept familiar to lawyers but perhaps not more widely understood, demanded it. The second point to be made is that counsel appearing for groups before this Royal Commission should no more be the subject of Islamophobic or other attacks, then should members of the Jewish community who've come before and given evidence and who have been subjected to vile anti-Semitic attacks. It doesn't reflect well on those who make either anti-Semitic or Islamophobic attacks on the interests that they seek to promote.
That's it for me. Thank you very much for your support of this platform and our journalism. If you have...
Bottom line is, all of this bullshit that is coming forth about anti-Semitic attacks has only shown that people are calling anti-Semitic attacks as ways to overtly to make overtly disgusting attacks on a Muslim, unabated, overt attacks on Muslims. There are no anti-Semitic attacks being put on Muslims. When Dr. Assad says that he wants to offer a free health care for Michigan residents, that is not an attack on Jewish people. The fuck out of my face with this dumb shit. So American people, you better understand who have your best interests at heart, and understand that you better understand what is in the interest of yourself as an American citizen, and understand what country you live in, and who what country has your best interest at heart, and who you have an alliance with, because Israel has absolutely no alliance with you. Israel only comes to America to take your dollars, to engage in wars, to enlarge and only protect the interests of Israel, which actually absolutely does nothing for your American interests. Israel is the Israeli interest is only for Israel to enlarge Israel, in my opinion. Let's continue. The fuck out of here. Let's continue. Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? We're not there. Where are we? Here we are. Let me see.
Donald Trump is objectively the most corrupt president in American history, and it's something that this channel has spent quite a bit of time discussing at length to try to communicate that to the American people.
Now, Republicans are demanding Trump's impeachment. Are you kidding me? Is there something that the Republicans are finally demanding that Trump be impeached for? Can we take this seriously? I'm pretty sure we cannot.
Well, Trump just pulled another stunt that is, of all the terrible, disgusting, corrupt things he's done, arguably the most corrupt thing he's done yet. And it's so bad that some Republicans are now openly calling for him to be impeached and removed from office. That's how bad this is. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, folks, before we hear from some of these Republicans, I want you to hear from Democratic Senator Chris Murphy, who breaks down what the hell Trump just did. And then you're going to hear it from a conservative Republican perspective.
Donald Trump just announced that he is setting up an insider trading information subscription service. If you pay Donald Trump $100,000 a month, he will give you early access to the announcements he's making regarding federal policy, early access to information about tariffs, early access to information about the Iran war, early access to information about what country he's bombing next. This is a criminal syndicate.
Let's make insider trading legal. Let's make the illegal legal. Because, hey, if a Republican say it's okay and it's legal, oh, of course it's legal. Let's continue.
That he is running out in the open. It is illegal to make money off of inside information. Donald Trump is literally setting up a formal process by which you can pay him a bribe in exchange for information that no one else has. $100,000 a month. Big billion-dollar corporations have that money. And when they have advance notice of a tariff announcement, they can place bets on the market to be able to make millions of dollars. Well, ordinary Americans who cannot pay him for inside information get screwed. None of this is normal. A lot of this is illegal. And I will just say to companies out there, if you choose to take part in this scheme and it proves to be illegal as it looks on its face, you are going to eventually be held accountable.
Which would, of course, require a Democratic administration and ideally a Democratic Congress to go with it. But don't take Chris Murphy, right? He's a Democrat. MAGA and Republicans, they don't trust Democrats, right? What about the conservatives over at the National Review? This is one of the most famous conservative right-wing publications in the country, staffed entirely by Republicans. So let's look at this. Truth Social's early access scheme is indefensible, from Charles C. W. Cook, leading conservative Republican scholar. Trump is charging Americans a fee for the privilege of receiving news about his official actions earlier than those who do not pay. On Saturday, the Trump Media and Technology Group launched a new commercial offering, a real-time feed on the Truth Social website that will give paying institutions early access to certain high-profile posts for between $60,000 and $100,000 per month. There's no credible defense for this. The only reason that anyone would want priority access to Truth Social is to gain priority access to President Trump's pronouncements on that platform. And the only reason that anyone would want priority access to President Trump's pronouncements on that platform is to act on them for financial gain. Trump often uses Truth Social as the primary forum for his announcements that include changes to personnel, the imposition or rescission of tariffs, key foreign policy decisions, and more. These announcements are extremely useful to financial institutions, and in the age of high-speed trading, the faster those financial institutions can obtain them, the more money those financial institutions can make. Facilitating this access is not a byproduct of Truth Social's API offering. It is its core, perhaps its sole purpose. Simply put, President Trump is charging Americans a fee that in part goes into his family's pockets for the privilege of receiving news about his official actions earlier than those who do not pay. If one lifts the layers of abstraction, it becomes obvious how unequivocally corrupt this setup is. Technically speaking, the beneficiaries will not gain the information they seek directly from Trump himself, but indirectly via an API, application programming interface, whose output will be processed by a bunch of semi-autonomous servers and acted upon according to a set of predetermined parameters. But the results will be the same as if Trump had personally picked up the phone. Good traders do not react to the news on the fly. They have plans of action, which are to be implemented if a war starts or ends, if taxes are raised or cut, if the Federal Reserve's next chairman is expected to be hawkish, dovish, or somewhere in between, and so on. If, instead of using Truth Social as the middleman, Donald Trump announced that for a hefty annual charge, he would call a select group of brokers at the stock exchange to inform them of his important decisions, and thereby give them a head start in executing their plans, we would call that what it is: corruption. Why not here? The BBC notes that Truth Social has not, quote, directly said the service includes the account of the president himself, but confirmed only that it covers, quote, the highest ranking Truth Social accounts. But this is a distinction without a difference. Absent an explicit promise to exclude Trump's account, one must assume that as the highest ranking Truth Social account, it would be in the product. And why wouldn't it be when it's the only account on that site, or most likely any social media site, that customers would wish to pay for? To observe that nobody in their right mind is likely to pay tens of thousands of dollars for millisecond level access to the thoughts of Truth Social users is not to slander those users, but to hone in on an obvious reality. Trump is the product at Truth Social, and he is the product in this add-on too. Senators Warren and Schiff have described Trump's plan as, quote, an outrageous abuse of the president's office for his personal benefit that undermines everyday investors and the integrity of our markets while enriching Wall Street and other wealthy insiders. They are correct. This is the Conservative National Review. This is a nexus of Republican voters and intellectuals and reporters and journalists and commentators.
And the dumb Republican voters act as if they don't see this happening. The dumb MAGA cult sits up and act as if they see absolutely nothing wrong as their president grifts for money and grovels for cash, like there is nothing wrong with it. A whole money pig. This is in my description box. You can finish reading the rest, listening to the rest of his Republican calls for Trump's impeachment. It is in the description box. Let's move forward. If you don't believe the disgusting, deplorable shit that is being done right out loud, right out front, the shit that this administration is doing because they are unembarrassed, because they no longer have any reason to be embarrassed.
Okay, so we're talking jobs. We just
hold on, because they have no reason to be embarrassed because they understand that the Trump voter is stupid. Let's see what's going on with the jobs. It's way worse than anyone expected. We always get finance and jobs report. Let's see what's going on with the jobs.
got a new jobs report out today, and you got to see what they're saying.
Go ahead, Lauren. Minus 23,000. No rebound for the July jobs report. Negative 23,000. Unemployment rate drops in July to 4.1% from 4.2% in June, and the same for the expectation. The number of unemployed drops from 7.1 million to 6.9 million. Where are other jobs, Maria? Well, manufacturing, bright spot, better than expected, created 5,000 jobs in the month. But again, a disappointing jobs report. Dow futures way up.
So markets are going up, jobs are going down, and they're going to be talking about 5,000 manufacturing jobs. On the positive side, but mostly negative.
Jobs.
Let's see some more what they're saying.
It is a disappointment.
So, your president talked about all the manufacturing that is coming into, all the investment in manufacturing that is coming into the United States, the billions of dollars that it's coming in manufacturing and the pharmaceuticals and all of this bullshit, and 5,000 jobs have been created. 5,000. And we know what would happen. What will happen next month? There is going to be a correction of jobs by thousands. There will be thousands of dollar correction of jobs where they will correct by 10 or 20,000 fewer jobs. They will overcorrect by the 10 or 20,000 jobs, and they take 20,000 jobs back from the number that they have reported. So instead of 5,000 jobs, it will be 23 or $25,000, 25,000 fewer jobs than they reported. So instead of the 5,000 jobs, there will be maybe 38,000 fewer jobs that were created. Let's keep it real. Let's continue.
I have a surprise here that may throw some confusion into what's going on with the Fed. Negative 23,000 jobs. There have been people who've been forecasting that might happen sometime soon. Ian Lingen over at BMO turns out to be right today. The unemployment rate, though, drops to 4.1%, and I imagine what we're seeing there is another decline in the labor force. We'll take a look at that in just a second. Change in private payrolls, 30,000, and also the 2-month net revision, 103,000 taken away. So what we're looking at is a labor market that is much weaker, at least on the hiring side.
So negative jobs this month, and then they were talking about revising the last couple of months down. What do you say, 100?
A labor market is much weaker. A lot of revisions downward from the last job reports, and they had to make revisions down. And they are only saying that they have created 5,000 jobs this month. And they are already revising down the same thing that they have been doing every month. And they will be doing that next month as well. There are no jobs being created in the United States, is what they're telling you. As millionaires and billionaires are bankrupting the Treasury of the United States, and your president and his family are bankrupting the Treasury of the United States, including your pensions and your 401ks. This is what's going on in the United States of America. And if you don't recognize it, you may want to wake up and start recognizing it.
3,000, so not good. So then even the numbers we're getting right now at negative 23,000, it could get revised downward again. This is bad. Actually, they were projecting a possible gain this month. Again, we're going negative.
July employment figures populating, buckle up on this one, minus 23,000 on non-farm payrolls. I can hear the bond yields fall.
And what is this ignorance of these excited voices about no jobs? Is it supposed to make it better? This excited voice in announcing that there are no jobs in the United States of America? Why won't somebody retire this tight-faced, old, ignorant-ass man?
Right now, minus 23,000. That would be the second worst number of the year, outside of the only other negative number, minus 156 in February. Now, if you look at the 2-month revision, another whopper, minus 103,000. Manufacturing payrolls, actually a bright spot. Manufacturing up 5,000. That would be the best since it was up 15,000 in March. And that was the high water mark going all the way back to 23. Okay, average hourly earnings, big miss, up 1/10. That's 1/3 of what we were expecting. Up 1/10 will be the lightest reading of the year. It would equal where we were last year in December.
So basically, wage growth's not good. To be fair, we got.
So basically, you're not earning more money this year over what you were last year. Wages are stagnant, but what you already knew. And as these Trump administrators come out and tell you that you're making more money, as they come out and lie and talk about how much more money you are making than you were last year. A bunch of bullshit. As these numbers come out. And, people are making more money than they were last year. A bunch of bullshit. Let's continue.
Some manufacturing jobs, 5,000. Obviously, it's not a lot considering the size of the country, but, I'm telling you the numbers. And I mean, the way they were talking about it, the first thing that came to my mind, it's like we're in the Joker house, and the Joker gives you the thing that makes you laugh because it's like laughing from insanity. The way these people are talking about is kind of whacked out. So I guess the bet at the moment is the Fed can't raise rates because growth is slowing down too much. So I suppose if you're cheering that on, that's great, but at what cost? Again, losing jobs here. A headline then from the Wall Street Journal: U.S. lost 23,000 jobs in July, while unemployment ticked lower, but that's going to depend how you calculate it. Like, are people dropping out of the job market effectively? That's why the one gentleman mentioned the shrinking job force. And then the revisions, just make sure it's clear. The Labor Department said Friday an unexpected decline. The springtime job gains were revised sharply lower.
Because you cannot count unemployment losses for people who have stopped looking for jobs because they know that they have no jobs to look for because they have been looking for jobs for so long and nobody is hiring. These are the people that they are no longer counting as unemployed. So that's how the unemployment job market doesn't read higher. Do you understand that people have stopped looking for jobs? So that is what stabilized the unemployment job numbers at a more at a less higher amount, because people have totally understood that there is no need for looking for a job. If all of the people who were unemployed were actually still viably looking for a job, that the unemployment rate would be way higher than what it is right now.
The latest job department figures marked a pullback from revised 20,000 jobs added in June. Okay. Economists polled by Wall Street Journal expected the U.S. would gain 83,000 new jobs last month. Okay. So they were thinking it was going to go up by quite a lot. 83,000 last month. Was that really the forecast? That's crazy. Am I reading that correctly? Yeah. Now we're down 23,000. This is some charts on it here. Monthly job creation in the USA. So this is 2022. So, I mean, that's sizably different, right? So plus what, like 869,000, and it started, decline in terms of growth. Recently, we had 323,000 to the upside, and we're getting a lot of these negatives. So look at all these light blue. These are all negatives. Well, I mean, one positive is at least we're not negative, triple digit kind of thing. But yeah, it is negative, and it is trending in the wrong direction. You can clearly see the line there like that. And then you also have growth in average hourly earnings. So basically that is going down. That's something that Heather Long talks about all the time. In fact, we'll see what she has to say here. She says a surprisingly bad jobs report. The U.S. economy lost 23,000 jobs. Way below the expectations of plus 80,000. Okay, so that does confirm the number that some people were expecting 80,000 to the plus side. So that is a major swing. May and June were revised down by combined negative 103,000. So you could argue that the original projections is like, hey, we were losing like 200,000 jobs in terms of projections, because like if you say we're expecting plus 80, came in negative 23, right? And then we got another downward revision of negative 103. It's like down way more than what people were thinking. Unemployment 4.1. She said this went down for the wrong reasons. Over 260,000 left the labor force. Okay, so the unemployment rate going down is not necessarily a good thing. Wage growth at 3.2. This is entirely wiped out by inflation. Yeah, that's right. The last read we got on inflation, I think, was 3.7. So if your wage growth is 3.2, inflation 3.7, again, not good. I think you guys know this stuff already. We're just going through the numbers, what she says. This is a bleak July jobs report. Okay. Wage growth 3.2, lowest in 5 years. The Fed's job just got a lot harder because you have inflation is a problem, right, for the Fed. And also you got weak job growth. Let's see a little bit more what people are saying. The focus for the Fed will now shift to the Consumer Price Index report, which will be released on Wednesday. Unexpectedly hot report would add more fuel to debate around raising rates at the central bank meeting in mid-September. So there's that. And this is the news in USA right now. This is then from the New York Times. They basically interviewed people. How are you dealing with high grocery prices? Seriously, that's what it was. Groceries are expensive. Here's how 5 shoppers are adjusting. And they're talking about some people are getting smaller portions or not getting the brands that they normally like, going generic, these kind of things. And basically people are getting hurt across the board. And you put that together with a weak job market, it's not good.
Report, and it was obviously weaker than expected, but it did cause a big rally in stocks as it suggests that a rate hike is perhaps lesser of an eventuality for the Federal Reserve.
So here's some numbers here. And again, they're celebrating the stock market going up, but again, jobs are down. So leisure and hospitality down negative 40,000, private education, health services up 25,000, manufacturing up 5,000, construction up 22,000, and government jobs down 53,000. And remember, we had Hassett on before. He was celebrating that we're firing government workers, right? Let's check out some data then on what people think of Trump these days.
What's going on is simple. Is the MAGA movement was built among the working class, non-college Americans. And take a look at this trend line that we're looking at in the data. Here we go. Okay, net favorability rating, the MAGA movement, non-college adults. Back in October of 2024, look at that. On the plus side of the ledger, positive, plus 6 points. Down we go into the Atlantic Ocean now. Look at this movement. Now minus 22 points. That is a shift, Johnny B, of 28 points away from the MAGA movement, away with non-college Americans. So the bottom line is the group at which the Trump movement was built upon, they are shifting away and saying, we don't like MAGA anymore.
Same question, same poll here. This is really interesting to see these numbers move like that.
Yes, exactly right. It's the same question, same poll.
All right. So how about what the same group is saying about Donald Trump specifically?
Yeah, okay. So you know what? The idea being, okay, maybe they've soured on MAGA, but they haven't soured on MAGA, but maybe they haven't soured on me, Donald Trump might be saying. Ain't the truth. Take a look here. Okay, non-college voters on Trump. Hello. Okay, in the 2024 election, he won them by 13 points, right? That was the reason he won. He won among non-college voters, a very strong performance amongst them. And that, of course, was the reason he was able to win, because college voters were against him. But look at this now, minus 19 points. Minus 19 points. We're talking about an even bigger shift here. We're talking about, what is this? This is a 32-point shift away from the president.
Basically, Trump's losing support, right? And you can see it in the numbers. It is a massive shift. We're also seeing in the jobs numbers, right, a massive shift to the downside. This is where we're at. Trump then was interviewing about the Fed. He says, Trump says rates should drop, but it's not entirely up to Marsh. Oh, okay. So that's from Trump. And then you're hearing from around the market. Today, we're talking about how AI is going to raise the profit margins of companies, right? They're going to automate as much as they possibly can. This was about garbage trucks. Garbage truck margin boost shows the AI profit boom has begun. They mentioned waste management. They're going to try to automate if they can, right? That's the garbage one. Equifax would be in there. So taxes and things of that nature. Wilson Towers, Watson Place, another one. The quote was primarily by process automation, right? We're improving margins and such. And that's essentially what all the companies are talking about. So you have a clear K-shaped economy here where some people are cheering on, job losses. Oh, well, that means the Fed can keep, rates lower so we can borrow more money to build more data centers. Wow, fantastic. And this is also going on the market. Listen to this. This is what industries are booming right now.
We are always up for competing. Definitely feel excited about what we're seeing. We had over 600,000 customers so far engaged with our predictions offering, and that's just going to explode this NFL season. I'm expecting millions. So we're excited about it. I think the biggest thing is we just have to be careful. Some of the companies out there spinning narratives that just aren't true, which I think does long-term harm to the trust of the industry. This notion that, there's no incentive for them to see people win or lose, and it's different from sportsbook is just completely a myth. There's, as you know, market makers, Wall Street traders, and institutional people that are making these bets that the customers are playing against. It's really no different in that regard from the sportsbook.
So that's coming from DraftKings. Business is booming. We've heard it from Robinhood. We heard it from Kalshi. Everyone's jumping in the prediction markets because basically we're becoming a big casino. We already are a big casino, I guess you could say.
Casino economy. So this is where we are. No jobs. Hey, let's bet on everything. Everything is a casino economy. Take your bets. Do the best you can. Let's make America a casino economy. And hey, let's take bets on everything. And speaking on taking bets on everything, let's take a bet on everything. Let's let's take a bet on everything by these losers in the Senate and Congress, such as Bill Cassidy. Where is he from? Louisiana or Mississippi? He was the one who approved R.F. Kennedy Jr. as over the CDC. He is a actual practicing physician. He approved RFK Jr. over the CDC and then tried to come back and say how disappointed he was about his vaccine mandate. Now he has been primaried out of his Senate seat by Donald Trump supporting his primary candidate, and now here he comes also saying that he will approve the unqualified nutcase Todd Blanche for our the chair of the DOJ. Bill Cassidy. Let's get into this bullshit, this simpleton, this country bunking, no backbone bitch having Bill Cassidy.
All considered, I will vote for Mr. Blanche. I'll be criticized for this vote. What's new? But the people of Louisiana can be assured that I worked hard to understand the issue and to make the right decision.
Unfortunately, we begin the day with major breaking news, and it's pretty damn bad.
The people of Louisiana has no expectation because the people of Louisiana kept you in office. If the people of Louisiana weren't such shield for you white wing, low morale, low pride motherfuckers, they would have voted you numbskulls out of office a long time ago. If the
Republican Senator Bill,
if the people of Louisiana had any pride, any brains, you wouldn't have been in office to make this vote.
Cassidy has just announced that he will vote to confirm the wildly corrupt and objectively disqualified acting Attorney General Todd Blanche to become the official Attorney General of the United States. He was the deciding vote. Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins voted against confirming Todd Blanche, meaning Bill Cassidy, who's leaving the United States Senate in January precisely because Donald Trump backed a primary challenger against Cassidy earlier this year.
Now, he was primaried out of his seat. He did not have to make this vote. He is a whole dumbass who got a foot put in his ass, got primaried out of his seat. He did not have to do this. He gets nothing for doing this. He's just a stupid motherfucker. And he has put an unqualified person over our DOJ, effectively ruining our way of governing in the United States. You can put this on a Louisiana failed senator. The ruining of the United States justice system. Where else would you put this in a corrupt place like Louisiana governing? Where else could you put this in a fucking corrupt system like the governance of Louisiana with Bill Cassidy? What other corrupt governance system than Louisiana would you get somebody who would affirm somebody like Todd Blanche to be over the DOJ when you already see what Todd Blanche has in store for to be over the Department of Justice? Who else with the deciding vote would put him over the DOJ other than someone in Louisiana? One of the most corrupt states in the United States. A fucking loser. A whole fucking pussy. A whole motherfucker who put RFK Jr. and then tried to act like he has regrets when he saw that what RFK Jr. did, and then turns around and approve Todd Blanche, Bill Cassidy. Bill Cassidy, go home and do what so many people have been found floating in trees in your state have done, and according to your medical examiners have done to themselves in your state. Go float in a tree in your state, like many others have done by your own hands, Bill Cassidy. Fucking bitch ass motherfucker.
And that Trump-backed challenger prevailed. Cassidy unfortunately decided not to exert his leverage against Trump and bent the knee. And as a consequence of this, barring any sort of like divine miracle of any of the other 50 Republicans joining, Murkowski and Collins, Todd Blanche will officially become the official Attorney General of the United States. And we have to talk about this. But before we do, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, folks, this sucks. This really sucks. Can't sugarcoat it. It came down to the wire. Cassidy was literally the deciding vote. And given that Trump had screwed him over, given that he and Trump even recently got into a screaming match, which we've covered extensively on this show, given the fact that he also got burned on RFK Jr. Remember, Bill Cassidy is a physician, and he was the chairman of the Health and Human Services Committee. And he had a lot of objections and disagreements with RFK Jr. because he understood that RFK Jr. was truly a threat to national health, but to save his own ass.
This is in my description box under Cassidy is a cuck.
Before the primary elections, to get back into Trump's good graces, he advanced RFK Jr. And then they've been battling it out ever since. So some people, and I felt myself even think maybe this is it. Maybe finally, especially since his political career is over, being pissed off at Trump and RFK Jr. and the constant humiliation, maybe this will finally be the point where he gives Trump the finger in a meaningful way. But unfortunately, he did not. Let's hear from the man himself.
I think it is a reality. Barr specifically addressed the allegation that Mr. Blanche would be a yes man for the president. He said that any attorney to represent a client well has to have tough conversations and confront a client with difficult truths. That because of his previous attorney-client relationship with President Trump, Mr. Blanche would be precisely the person to push back on President Trump. But that ultimately, and here Barr echoed what I heard from Blanche, decisions are made by the president. Mr. Blanche is not perfect, and he will tell you this, but the choice is not between perfection and Mr. Blanche. It is between Mr. Blanche and another acting attorney general who may not run the department effectively under President Trump and who indeed may not be as good as Mr. Blanche. This puts at risk the progress made fighting violent crime, human and drug trafficking, and fraud. And this does not serve the American people well. This is not a referendum on President Trump. It is a decision regarding Mr. Blanche in very specific circumstances. All considered, I will vote for Mr. Blanche. I'll be criticized for this vote. What's new?
This man is trash.
This man is a monstrous piece of shit. He just is. He was a monstrous piece of shit after he voted to confirm RFK Jr. as the head of national health in this country, our leading health figure in this country, knowing damn well
trash
that RFK Jr. with his anti-vax conspiracy theories and skepticisms would likely preside over one health crisis after another, and that is precisely what we've seen. There are people dead as a consequence of this decision. There are people suffering as a consequence of this decision. He was a monstrous piece of shit then, especially as a physician who should have known better. And I'm not saying that a vote against Blanche would have redeemed him necessarily, but it would have started him on the road to redemption if he said, okay, I didn't stand up on principle for RFK Jr., but I will stand on principle here. Instead, he revealed that really at the end, it's not just like so many people thought, well, you know, what he did was wrong with RFK Jr., but there were political considerations, right? He was an incumbent senator. He was going to be up for re-election. The election hadn't happened yet. He needed Donald Trump's backing or support, or at least Trump's lack of attack. He either needed Trump to be neutral on him or to back him. And so he made a selfish political calculation, which, yes, hurt and will continue to hurt countless people in this country, literally, with disease and illnesses that could have been preventable or more easily managed. But at least there was a rational motive there. It was a selfish, self-interested political motive. He doesn't even have that here. Again, this man is leaving the Senate in January, not because Democrats defeated him, but because Trump betrayed him. Trump backed a Republican challenger against him, and Trump and the Republicans betrayed Bill Cassidy. So you would think if you're so motivated by rational self-interest, he would say, okay, you know what? You fuck me, fuck you. Even if he didn't want to do the right thing and he was motivated simply by self-interest, that alone would be a reason to reject Todd Blanche, just to stick it to Trump. What this decision reveals, however, is not that Bill Cassidy is a rational self-actor. It's that he's just a bad person. He's a bad person who's a member of a bad party and serves a bad man. And that to the extent he gets angry and pushes back, it's not on principle. It's because he himself has been wrong. Like when he was concerned, I suppose, about RFK Jr., it clearly wasn't because he cared about the American people or the American people's health. It sure seems like in hindsight, he was afraid this would backfire on him. And when push comes to shove and Trump has no leverage over him, Bill Cassidy will naturally do the wrong, bad thing. We now see with full clarity who Bill Cassidy is. And the terrible things he's done is not out of self-interest or because he had to do so for politics. It's because he's a bad person, naturally.
But the people of Louisiana can be assured that I worked hard to understand the issue and to make the right decision.
He can't even look up.
He's a pussy.
He can't even look at the camera. He almost sounds like he's about to cry here. He's not pure evil. He's just a bad guy. And it sounds like he's a bad guy who knows he's bad and knows he shouldn't be. But he does the bad thing anyway. In some ways, that makes him worse than a sociopath like Donald Trump. Not as dangerous, to be sure. Trump is much more dangerous because he's much more powerful. But Bill Cassidy knows better. Now, obviously, this dulled the recent news, again, that Senator Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski voted against Todd Blanche because they don't trust him, because they say he's disqualified for taking part in the $1.8 billion slush fund and the IRS immunity decision and all these other things. Apparently, the secret assurances that Todd Blanche made to anti-abortion groups in this country, that he would make sure that anti-abortion laws prevailed, that he would make it so much more difficult to have reproductive rights and abortions in this country. And these are two moderate women, moderate in the Republican Party. I also don't think they should get too much credit for this because, as the lamented, the despicable Graham Plattner, the lamentable, I should say, Graham Plattner, and despicable Graham Plattner said during his campaign, one thing he said was true, is that to the extent that Susan Collins pushes back on Donald Trump, it's only ever when it ultimately doesn't matter. Susan Collins will vote against Trump or push back on Trump when she knows, or when they've worked out the math behind the scenes, that Trump will get what he wants anyway, that basically it won't matter. It will not stop him. So this is now trending, of course, because, again, barring some sort of divine miracle, Todd Blanche will be confirmed. And again, people are pointing out, Bill Cassidy and RFK Jr., all the ethical compromises he made along the way. People are rightly slamming him for his cowardice here. Again, Sam Stein of the Bulwark makes this point, which we just talked about Susan Collins. Not a big deal and certainly not determinative. But Cassidy voting yes on Blanche doesn't help Collins, who will continue to be tagged with only voting against Trump when her vote doesn't matter, precisely. And that's what Troy Jackson, who took Graham Plattner's place in the main Senate race, should be saying. She doesn't get credit for this. Do not give her credit for this. Do not grade her on a curve. Where was Susan Collins publicly or privately lobbying for Bill Cassidy to vote against Todd Blanche? Where are the reports from CNN, Punchbowl News, Puck News, The Washington Post about Susan Collins begging and pleading Bill Cassidy to not vote yes? Of course not. She made a political decision thinking it would help her in her race, but she didn't give a fuck about the ultimate outcome. She wanted to split the difference, give Trump and the Republicans what they want, but also make a tactical decision that would help her in her local race. Again, Blanche is not perfect, but the choice is not between perfection and Blanche. The choice is between corruption and not. And to the point that Trump might nominate a more incompetent and more corrupt attorney general down the road, maybe. But that doesn't justify you making the decision. Let that be an issue for the next nomination. Because here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. The chances are getting good. They're not locked in, and we cannot take that for granted. But that control of the Senate could flip by the time you leave office. So you could block Trump from appointing a more incompetent and corrupt attorney general. And then if Democrats take control of the Senate when you leave, then they will block Donald Trump from appointing a corrupt and incompetent attorney general. So the math ain't math in here. Your harm reduction excuse, actually, this is a harm reduction vote. No, it's not. You are actively increasing the harm.
Exactly.
You are failing to exert your leverage. This is despicable. It's despicable, and it's really discouraging. And folks, it's going to get a lot worse. And that's why there is no room for a Republican elected official under Donald Trump's Republican Party. All of them are cowards and losers. Now, yes, it's true that John Cornyn and Tom Tillis pushed back in certain respects more than I expected they would, and we talked about that here. But even then, they ultimately bent.
Even then, it made no difference because Todd Blanche gave no concessions of meaning. The concessions that they acted as if he made were meaningless. Absolutely meant nothing. And they pretended as if he gave some real saucy, as if he gave some real concessions. Bullshit. All of these bitch ass pussy made motherfuckers are trash with no careers thanks to Donald Trump, and they still bent the knee to Donald Trump, the same man that ruined their whole careers. Oh, dumb motherfuckers. Let's continue. I swear. Saucy. Hold on. Let me quiet her. Okay, let's continue. Oh, I can't believe it. We really need to clean house in our government. We really need to clean house in our government because we have a whole lot of idiots in our government. All of these links are in my description box.
Unable to face the reality of their diminishing power by the Chinese. And of transnational the Democratic Party bailouts. The nation has lost the power and respect. The American empire is coming to an end. The U.S. economy is being drained by wars in the Middle East and vast military expansion across the globe.
I'll leave you with this. And this is a Republican. This is in my description box.
It is burdened by growing deficits, along with the devastating effects of deindustrialization and global trade agreements. Our democracy has been captured and destroyed by corporations that steadily demand more tax cuts, more deregulation, and impunity from prosecution for massive acts of financial fraud, all the while looting trillions from the U.S. Treasury in the form of bailouts. The nation has lost the power and respect needed to induce allies in Europe, Latin America, Asia, and Africa to do its bidding. Add to this the mounting destruction caused by climate change, and you have a recipe for an emerging dystopia. Overseeing this descent at the highest levels of the federal and state governments is a motley collection of imbeciles, con artists, thieves, opportunists, and warmongering generals. And yes, I am also speaking about the Democratic Party. The empire will limp along, steadily losing influence until the dollar is dropped as the world's reserve currency, plunging the United States into a crippling depression and instantly forcing a massive contraction of our military machine. Short of a sudden and widespread popular revolt, which does not seem likely, the death spiral appears unstoppable, meaning the United States as we know it will no longer exist within a decade or at most two. The global vacuum we leave behind will be filled by China, already establishing itself as an economic and military juggernaut. Or perhaps there will be a multipolar world.
China is going to beat us in AI. We can't have China's beat us in chip. We can't have China beat us in AI. China is already beating us in chip. China is already beating us in AI. China is already beating us and being in military. China is already beating us in education. China is already beating us in supporting its nation. China is already beating us in supporting its society. If you don't know what China is beating us in, go over and look at how China was one of the poorest nation in the world and what China has done for its people in the past 40 years and what has happened to the United States of America in the past 40 years. And you will see what has happened to China and what has happened to the United States. As you hear this motherfucker who is robbing our nation talk about China and try to scare you about China as he robs our nation.
Carved up among Russia, China, India, Brazil, Turkey, South Africa, and a few other states. Or maybe the void will be filled, as the historian Alfred McCoy writes, by a collection of
What nations did he just list out? He listed off the BRICS nation. He listed off China, South Africa, Russia, India, He just listed off the BRICS nation. Do you know the BRICS that I have been telling you all? India.
Military juggernaut. Or perhaps there will be a multipolar world carved up among Russia, China, India, Brazil, Turkey, South Africa.
Brazil, South Africa. He added Turkey. He just listed off the BRICS nation, who have created a way of trading with other nations in their own currency, or who are stockpiling gold so they can get off the U.S. dollar currency. This has been designed in plans for a long time, and your stupid president got into office and talk about charging people these tariffs off the whim of his dumb ass, thinking that he was going to hurt other nations by charging them these tariffs when they have already had their trade in lined up how to trade with one another, exiling ourselves from other nations as these other nations come together to trade with one another, as we exile the United States, as United States have zero jobs, have created zero jobs, as billionaires are depleting our 401ks, our pension funds. Believe the dumb shit as your president has your media afraid to report what's really going on, as your president has your media in fear of being arrested for giving you real news that is really going on in the United States, as you sit up listening to dumb shit because your media is not really reporting what's going on in the United States for fear of being imprisoned, as your government has set up ways to based upon indicators to destinate you as domestic terrorists based upon indicators, and debank you and throw you into prisons if you disagree with them based upon certain indicators yet to be determined. Okay, Saucy, stop barking. Stop barking. Oh, Lord, excuse me.
And a few other states. Or maybe the void will be filled, as the historian Alfred McCoy writes, by a collection of transnational corporations, multilateral military forces like NATO, and an international financial leadership self-selected at Davos and Bilderberg that will forge a supranational nexus to supersede any nation or empire. Under every measure, from financial growth and infrastructure investment to advanced technology, including supercomputers, space weaponry, and cyber warfare, we are being rapidly overtaken by the Chinese. In April 2015, the U.S. Department of Agriculture predicted that the American economy would grow by nearly 50% over the next 15 years, while China's economy is predicted to triple and come close to surpassing America's by 2030. China became the world's second largest economy in 2010, the same year it became the world's leading manufacturing nation, pushing aside a United States that had dominated the world's manufacturing for a century. The Department of Defense issued a sober report. At our own peril, DoD risk assessment in a post-primacy world. It found that the U.S. military, and I quote, no longer enjoys an unassailable position versus state competitors, and it no longer can automatically generate consistent and sustained local military superiority at range. McCoy predicts the collapse will come by 2030. Empires in decay embrace an almost willful suicide. Blinded by their hubris, and unable to face the reality of their diminishing power, they retreat into a fantasy world where hard and unpleasant facts no longer intrude. They replace diplomacy, multilateralism, and politics with unilateral bombastic threats and the blunt instrument of war. This collective self-delusion saw the United States make the greatest strategic blunder in its history, one that sounded the death knell of the empire, the invasion of Afghanistan and Iraq. The architects of the war in the George W. Bush White House and the array of useful idiots in the press and academia who were cheerleaders for it knew very little about the countries being invaded, were stunningly naive about the effects of industrial warfare, and were blindsided by the ferocious blowback. They stated and probably believed that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction, although there was no valid evidence to support this claim. They insisted that democracy would be implanted in Baghdad and spread across the Middle East. They assured the public that US troops would be greeted by grateful Iraqis and Afghans as liberators. They promised that oil revenues would cover the cost of reconstruction. They insisted that bold and quick military strikes, shock and awe, would restore American hegemony in the region and dominance in the world. But it did the opposite. As Zbigniew Brzezinski noted, this unilateral war of choice against Iraq precipitated a widespread delegitimation of US foreign policy. Historians of empire call these military fiascos a feature of all late empires, micro-militarism. The Athenians engaged in micro-militarism when during the Peloponnesian War, they invaded Sicily, suffering the loss of 200 ships and thousands of soldiers and triggering revolts throughout the empire. Britain did this in 1956 when it attacked Egypt in a dispute over the nationalization of the Suez Canal and then quickly had to withdraw in humiliation, empowering a string of Arab nationalist leaders such as Egypt's Gamal Abdel Nasser, and dooming British rule over the nation's few remaining colonies. Neither of these empires recovered. While rising empires are often judicious, even rational in their application of armed force for conquest and control of overseas dominions, fading empires are inclined to ill-considered displays of power, dreaming of bold military masterstrokes that would somehow recoup lost prestige and power, McCoy writes. Often irrational, even from an imperial point of view, these micro-military operations can yield hemorrhaging expenditures or humiliating defeats that only accelerate the process already underway. But empires need more than force to dominate other nations. They need a mystique. This mystique, always a mask for imperial plunder, repression, and exploitation, seduces some native elites who become willing to do the bidding of the imperial power or at least remain passive. And it provides a patina of civility, even nobility, to justify to those at home the costs in blood and money needed to maintain empire. The parliamentary system of government that Britain replicated in appearance in its colonies, and the introduction of British sports such as polo, cricket, and horse racing, along with the elaborately uniformed viceroys and the pageantry of royalty, were buttressed by what the colonials said was the invincibility of their navy and their army. And England was able to hold its empire together from 1815 to 1914 before being forced into a steady retreat. America's high-blown rhetoric about democracy, liberty, and equality, along with basketball, baseball, and Hollywood, as well as our own deification of the military, entranced and cowed much of the globe in the wake of World War II. Behind the scenes, of course, the CIA used its bag of dirty tricks to orchestrate coups, fix elections, and carry out assassinations, black propaganda campaigns, bribery, blackmail, intimidation, and of course, torture. But none of this works anymore. The photographs of physical abuse and sexual humiliation imposed on Arab prisoners at Abu Ghraib inflamed the Muslim world. It fed al-Qaeda and later ISIS with recruits. The assassination of Osama bin Laden, he was unarmed, it's called assassination, and a host of other jihadist leaders, including the US citizen Anwar al-Awlaki, openly mocked the concept of the rule of law. The hundreds of thousands of dead and millions of refugees fleeing our debacles in the Middle East, along with the near constant threat from militarized aerial drones, exposed us as state terrorists. We have replicated in the Middle East the US military's penchant for widespread atrocities, indiscriminate violence, lies, and fatal miscalculations that led to our defeat in Vietnam. The brutality abroad is matched by a growing brutality at home. Militarized police gun down mostly unarmed, poor people of color, and fill a system of penitentiaries and jails that hold a staggering 25% of the world's prisoners, although Americans represent only 5% of the global population. Many of our cities are in ruins. Our public transportation is in shambles. Our educational system is in steep decline and being privatized. Opioid addiction, suicide, mass shootings, depression, and morbid obesity plague a population that has fallen into profound despair. The deep disillusionment and anger that led to Donald Trump's election, a reaction to the corporate coup d'etat, and the poverty afflicting at least half the country have destroyed the myth of a functioning democracy. Presidential tweets and rhetoric celebrate hate, racism, and bigotry and taunt the weak and the vulnerable. The president, in an address to the United Nations, threatened to obliterate North Korea in an act of genocide. We are worldwide objects of ridicule and hatred. The foreboding for the future is expressed in the rash of dystopian films, motion pictures that no longer perpetuate American virtue and exceptionalism, or the myth of human progress. The loss of this mystique is crippling. It makes it hard to find pliant surrogates to administer the empire, as we have seen in Iraq and Afghanistan. The omnipotence empires project mask the fragility of decayed structures. The expansion of empire beyond the capacity of the homeland to sustain the maintenance and costs of empire makes the system vulnerable, especially during a financial crisis. States that do not administer empires are able to devote more of their resources to domestic prosperity and basic security. But empires have no such option. And when revenues shrink, empires fracture and disintegrate. Without the financing that arises almost organically inside a sovereign nation, empires are famously predatory in their relentless hunt for plunder or profit. Witness the Atlantic slave trade, Belgium's rubber lust in the Congo, British India's opium commerce, the Third Reich's rape of Europe, or the Soviet exploitation of Eastern Europe, McCoy writes. So delicate is their ecology of power that when things start to go truly wrong, empires regularly unravel with unholy speed. Just a year for Portugal, 2 years for the Soviet Union, 8 years for France, 11 years for the Ottomans, 17 for Great Britain, and in all likelihood, just 27 years for the United States, counting from the crucial year 2003. The loss of the dollar as the global reserve currency will instantly make it impossible for the United States to pay for its huge deficits by selling depressed Treasury bonds. There will be a massive rise in the cost of imports. Unemployment will explode. Domestic clashes over what McCoy calls insubstantial issues will fuel a dangerous hypernationalism that could morph into an American fascism. The nihilism and rage sweeping across the globe are not generated by warped ideologies or medieval religious beliefs. These destructive forces have their roots in the obliterating of social, cultural, and religious traditions by modernization and the consumer society. The disastrous attempts by the United States to carry out regime change, often through coups and wars, and the utopian neoliberal ideology that has concentrated wealth in the hands of a tiny cabal of corrupt global oligarchs. The rage is directed at discredited elites. This vast global project of social engineering during the last century persuaded hundreds of millions of people, as Pankaj Mishra writes in The Age of Anger, to renounce and often scorn a world of the past that had endured for thousands of years, and to undertake a gamble of creating modern citizens who would be secular, enlightened, cultured, and heroic. The project has been, for all but a handful of global elites, a spectacular failure. The wretched of the earth, as Frantz Fanon called them, have been shorn of any ideological or cultural cohesion. They are cut off from their past. They live in crushing poverty, numbing alienation, hopelessness, and often terror. Mass culture feeds them the tawdry, the violent, the salacious, and the ridiculous. And they are rising up against the forces of modernization, driven by an atavistic fury to destroy the technocratic world that condemns them. This rage is expressed in many forms: Hindu nationalism, proto-fascism, jihadism, the Christian right, anarchic violence, and other beliefs. But the various forms of resistance spring from the same deep wells of global despair. And this resentment is fueling a virulent nationalism, xenophobia, chauvinism, and violence, poisoning the civil discourse and fueling an assault on basic civil liberties. Yet Western elites, rather than accept their responsibility for the global anarchy, self-servingly define the clash as one between the values of the enlightened West and medieval barbarians. They see in the extreme nationalists, religious fundamentalists, and jihadists an inchoate and inexplicable irrationality that can only be quelled with force. They have yet to grasp that the disenfranchised do not hate us for our values. They hate us because of our duplicity, use of indiscriminate industrial violence on their nations and communities, and our hypocrisy. The dispossessed grasp the true message of the West to the rest of the planet. We have everything, and if you try to take it away from us, we will kill you. The more the Western elites are attacked, the more they too retreat into a mythological past, self-glorification, and willful ignorance. The rise of hypernationalism, expressed in the absurd slogan, "Make America Great Again," the demonization of Muslims, undocumented workers, the growing bellicosity of the state, and the attempt to blame foreign interference is used as a mask to cover the root cause of the discontent, which is profound social inequality, which in the United States is the worst in the industrialized world. Huge segments of the world have been cast aside by globalization, treated in an age of corporate capitalism as human refuse. And their rage is expressed in the kind of anarchic and nihilistic violence that characterized another era of vast inequality, the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century. Our rash of mass shootings at schools, churches, concerts, malls, and cinemas, our reaction to the lies fed to workers across the globe by the architects and ideologues of corporate capitalism. These lies, fueled by an arms industry that has saturated the country and the planet with weapons, have spawned homegrown terrorists that have carried out indiscriminate killings at the Boston Marathon, a South Carolina church, Tennessee military facilities, and a Texas Army base. The proponents of globalization promised to lift workers across the planet into the middle class and instill democratic values and scientific rationalism. Religious and ethnic tensions would be alleviated or eradicated. The global marketplace would create a peaceful, prosperous community of nations. All we had to do was get government out of the way and kneel before market demands held up as the ultimate form of progress and rationality. Neoliberalism, in the name of this absurd utopia, stripped away government regulations and laws that once protected the citizen from the worst excesses of predatory capitalism. It created trade agreements that allowed trillions of corporate dollars to be transferred off into offshore accounts to avoid taxation, jobs to flee to sweatshops in China and the global South, where workers live in conditions that replicate slavery. Social service programs and public services were slashed or privatized. Mass culture, including schools and the press, indoctrinated an increasingly desperate population to take part in the global reality show of capitalism. What we were never told was that the game was fixed. We were always condemned to lose. Our manufacturing migrated abroad. General Motors, for example, pays Mexican workers in Monterrey $3 an hour without benefits to make cars and trucks. American workers with unionized wages that came with benefits were cast aside. Wages have declined, our working class is impoverished, endless war is a lucrative business, and the world's wealth has been seized by global oligarchs. Kleptocracies such as the one now installed in Washington brazenly loot the nation's wealth. Democratic idealism is a joke, and we are knit together only by commerce and technology, forces that Hannah Arendt called negative solidarity. Nowhere is this more true than with the modern calls.
And then sells the trucks to you for $60,000 to $90,000, and then makes the trucks so complicated to fix that the technicians are leaving. That mechanics are leaving the field to fix trucks because it is so complicated to fix the trucks, and the manufacturers are only giving a limited amount of time to fix the trucks, that they do not have enough time to fix the trucks because they have to take so many mechanics out of these cars, that they do not have enough time to fix these cars, and they must buy all of these tools to fix the cars, they must buy all of their own tools. They have all of this technology into fixing these cars that these Ford, Chevy, and all of these people don't give the mechanics to fix the cars, that mechanics are leaving of the field to fix these cars. Make any of this make sense? Make any of this make sense? And then they're talking about the backlog of mechanics, that the backlog of the time that it takes to fix your cars, because instead of the 6 or 7 hours that it actually takes to fix your cars, they are down playing the time to 3 hours to fix your cars, and any amount of time over that, the mechanic is working for free. So therefore, mechanics are leaving their field. Make any of this make sense? And these people, these owners and Ford and all of these people are just sitting up making money, and the worker are being robbed. Let's continue. You don't know anything about that? Are you aware of this going on in the workforce?
For jihad by self-styled Islamic radicals, most of whom have no religious training and who often come out of the secularized criminal underworld. The jihadist leader Abu Musab Zarqawi, nicknamed the Sheikh of Slaughters in Iraq, was, before he became a radical jihadist, a pimp, a drug dealer, and a heavy drinker. The Afghan-American Omar Mateen reportedly was a frequenter of the nightclub in Orlando, Florida, where he massacred 49 people and had been seen there drunk. Anwar al-Awlaki, who preached jihad and was eventually assassinated by the United States, had a penchant for prostitutes. Abu Muhammad al-Adani, a senior leader of the Islamic State when he was killed, called on Muslims in the West to kill any non-Muslim they encountered. These are his words: smash his head with a rock, or slaughter him with a knife, or run him over with your car, or throw him down from a high place, or choke him, or poison him. These crude, and I would mention deeply anti-Islamic sentiments, have far more in common with Bakunin's propaganda by deed that characterized the nihilism of the late 19th century. It is updated and amplified in videos and live stream feeds and social media. This anarchic violence fills the void left by the destruction of indigenous beliefs, traditions, and rituals. And as Mishra notes, these jihadists represent the death of traditional Islam rather than its resurrection. It is this rage, this resentment at being left behind that drives terrorist attacks in Paris, London, and now New York. It is what led Timothy McVeigh to bomb the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City in 1995, killing 168 people, including 19 children, and injuring 684. And when McVeigh was imprisoned in Florence, Colorado, the prisoner in the adjacent cell was Ramzi Ahmed Youssef, the mastermind of the first attack on the World Trade Center in 1993. After McVeigh was executed, Youssef commented, "I have never known anyone in my life who has so similar a personality to my own as his." It is becoming harder and harder to distinguish us from our enemies. Trump, given the political, economic, and cultural destruction carried out by neoliberalism, is not an aberration. He is the result of a market society and capitalist democracy that has ceased to function. An angry and alienated underclass is entranced by electronic hallucinations that take the place of literacy, These Americans take a perverse and almost diabolical delight in demagogues such as Trump that expressed contempt for and openly flout the traditional rules and rituals of a power structure that preys upon them. Similar demagogues like Modi have risen up in India, the Philippines, Poland, Hungary, and other states. And this is almost always a characteristic of the final stage of the some 69 empires that have risen and fallen throughout human history. These demagogues and mythologizers, we see them on Fox News and other right-wing outlets, eschew truth for historical and cultural myth. Reinhold Niebuhr called them the blind fanatics of Western civilization, who regard the highly contingent achievements of our culture as the final form and norm of human existence. The unacknowledged reality is that the process of modernization and colonialization has been accompanied by carnage and bedlam. The rapacious appetite of capitalists and imperialists, as Mishra notes, never considered such constraining factors as finite geographical space, degradable natural resources, and fragile ecosystems. And in carrying out this project of global expansion and modernization, no form of coercion or violence was off limits. Terrorist attacks, such as the flying of the hijacked planes into the World Trade Center, illustrate that those who oppose us are products of our moral universe. They have been schooled well in the art of modern warfare. The dramatic explosions, the fireballs, the victims jumping to their deaths, the collapse of the 2 huge towers in Manhattan were straight out of Hollywood. Where else but from the industrialized world did the suicide hijackers learn that huge explosions and death above a city skyline are a peculiar and effective form of communication? They have mastered the language we taught them. They learned that the use of disproportionate and indiscriminate violence against innocents is a way to make a statement.
And now you have a president that says he will annihilate a whole civilization. In a war of choice, where Iran has not been proven to be creating any weapons of mass destruction. This is what your president has put out. Because he is losing the war in Iran, because Benjamin Netanyahu got him to go into this ill-advised war. Let that sink in.
He delivered the same incendiary messages in Vietnam. Robert McNamara, the Secretary of Defense in 1965, defined the saturation bombing of the North, which left hundreds of thousands of civilians dead, as a means of communication to the communist regime in Hanoi. And we speak this language in Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Pakistan, Somalia, and through our Saudi proxies in Yemen. The roots of even the worst atrocities carried out by jihadists have their origins in our campaigns to colonize and subdue the rest of the world. It was the French colonists who used waterboarding, a technique inherited from the Nazis, on Algerians. We, like the Soviets, turned psychological torture into a science, one we employ in black sites around the world and in our prison system. ISIS, copying the masters of these dark arts, dress their Western hostages in Guantanamo's orange suits, and turn on smartphone cameras before beheading their victims, the favored form of execution of Muslims by the Crusaders. If we had not destroyed government authority in Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, and Syria, leaving vast swaths of territory to criminal gangs, warlords, and ad hoc militias, there would have been no vacuum for these radical jihadists to fill. George Santayana foresaw that America's obsessive, individualistic culture of competition and mimicry would eventually incite a lava wave of primitive blindness and violence. The inability to be self-critical and self-aware, coupled with a cult of the self, would lead to collective suicide. Karl Schorsky, in Fin de Siècle Vienna, Politics and Culture, wrote that Europe's descent into fascism was inevitable once it cut the cord of consciousness. Once we no longer acknowledge or understand our capacity for evil, once we no longer know ourselves, we become monsters who devour others and finally devour our own. We are paying the price for discarding hundreds of millions of people onto the dung heap of history. Unable to understand and cope with reality, we wage endless wars in the name of democracy and Western civilization, which engender more martyrs to fuel the violence we seek to crush. We are afflicted by what Albert Camus called auto-intoxication, the malignant secretion of one's preconceived impotence against the enclosure of the self. And until this autotoxication is addressed, the rage and violence at home and abroad will expand as we stumble towards a global apocalypse. This slow motion march.
And if you don't understand, as your own government seeks to and has already put up the parameters to deem American citizens as domestic terrorists and already have the parameters to deem you, American citizens, as domestic terrorists based upon indicators, even if you have not committed a crime under something that they call pre-crime indicators, which means you have not committed a crime. This is already in effect in the United States of America under President Donald J. Trump, right here in America today. And your American media is not talking about it. Let's be real clear. NSPM 7, Marco Rubio and Stephen Miller was all what were they? Talking about this NSPM 7, about how American citizens were domestic terrorists. But the American media wasn't covering this. Pre-crimes based on you not committing crimes. But you don't know anything about this. What do you think is going to happen to you? Let's continue.
Towards apocalypse is assured if we towards a global apocalypse. This slow motion march towards apocalypse is assured if we refuse to confront the ecocide we are carrying out on the planetary systems that sustain human life. Seas and rivers are being poisoned and emptied of their stocks of fish. wildfires, droughts, flooding, monster hurricanes, typhoons, and tsunamis, along with soaring temperatures and the evaporation of the polar ice sheets, along with glaciers, ravage the planet. This ecocide exacerbates the breakdown of social structures, fuels the mass migration of the displaced and refugees, which in turn creates more political instability. Unchecked, these forces will lead in many parts of the globe to complete systems breakdown. The greatest existential crisis of our time is to at once accept the tragic reality before us and find the courage to resist. It is to acknowledge that the world as we know it will become harsher and more difficult, that human suffering will expand, but that we can, if we fight back, perhaps reconfigure our lives and our society to mitigate the worst savagery, dramatically reduce our carbon footprint, and save ourselves from complete annihilation.
How are they going to determine that you have committed these pre-crimes? How are they going to get this information about these pre-crimes that you have allegedly committed? All of this intelligence they are collecting on you, all of these rich oligarchs, all of this information that they are collecting on you via this these data centers, via Palantir that is sitting in every part of the government, the DMV, the CIA, all of these agencies, all of these three-letter agencies that are collecting data on you, that you are sitting up being so ignorant. Well, if you're not doing anything wrong, you don't have anything to worry about. All of these flock cameras that are sitting around watching your every move. That is how they are determining you to have committed a pre-crime, and therefore they are going to be allowed to debank you based upon you not committing a crime, them saying you committed a pre-crime, and therefore you are a domestic terrorist, and you are not going to be able to fight that. But what are you going to fight it with? What are you going to fight it with?
The power elites will do nothing to save us. To be hopeful in bad times is not just foolishly romantic.
The power elites are the ones who are going to be the ones who are going to enable it. Of course, they're not going to be going to help you fight it. They are enabling it.
Howard Zinn wrote, "The power elites will do nothing to save us. To be hopeful in bad times is not..."
But you are still you are still enabling the power elites. You are still, oh, I got to go shop on Amazon. Oh, I have to go in purchase things on Grok. I must invest in Chat GPT. You are still enabling the power elites because you're stupid.
Not just foolishly romantic, Howard Zinn wrote. It is based on the fact that human history is a history not only of cruelty, but also of compassion, sacrifice, courage, and kindness. What we choose to emphasize in this complex history will determine our lives. If we see only the worst, it destroys our capacity to do something. If we remember those times and places, and there are so many, when people have behaved magnificently, this gives us the energy to act, and at least the possibility of sending this spinning top of a world in a different direction. And if we do act in however small a way, we don't have to wait for some grand utopian future. The future is an infinite succession of presents. And to live now as we think human beings should live, in defiance of all that is bad around us, is itself a marvelous victory. This makes resistance a moral and an existential imperative. Resistance entails suffering. It requires self-sacrifice. It accepts that we may be destroyed. It is not rational. It is not about the pursuit of happiness. It is about the pursuit of freedom. Resistance accepts that even if we fail, there is an inner freedom that comes with defiance. And perhaps this is the only freedom and true happiness we will ever know. To resist evil is the highest achievement of human life. It is the supreme act of love. It is to carry the cross, as the theologian James Cone reminds us, and to be acutely aware that what we are carrying is also what we will die upon. Most of those who resist, Sitting Bull, Emma Goldman, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, are defeated, at least in the cold calculation of the powerful. And the final and perhaps most important quality of resistance, as Cone writes, is that it inverts the world's value system. Hope rises up out of defeat. Those who resist stand regardless of the cost with the crucified. This is their magnificence, and it is their power. The seductive inducements to conformity, money, fame, prizes, generous grants, huge book contracts, hefty lecture fees, important academic and political positions, and a public platform are scorned by those who resist. The rebel does not define success the way the elites define success. Those who resist refuse to kneel before the idols of mass culture and the power elites. They are not trying to get rich. They do not want to be part of the inner circle of the powerful. They accept that when you stand with the oppressed, you get treated like the oppressed. The inversion of the world's value system makes freedom possible. Those who resist are free not because they have attained many things or high positions, but because they have so few needs. They sever the shackles used to keep most people in bondage. And this is why the elites fear them. The elites can crush them physically, but they cannot buy them off. The power elites attempt to discredit those who resist. They force them to struggle to make an income. They push them to the margins of society. They write them out of the official narrative. They deny them the symbols of status. They use the compliant liberal class to paint them as unreasonable and utopian. But resistance is not fundamentally political. It is cultural. It is about finding meaning and expression in the transcendent, in the incongruities of life. Music, poetry, theater, and art sustain resistance by giving expression to the nobility of rebellion against overwhelming force. What the ancient Greeks called fortuna, which can never ultimately be overcome. Art celebrates the freedom and dignity of those who defy malignant evil. Victory is not inevitable, or at least not victory as defined by the powerful. Yet in every act of rebellion, we are free. It was the raw honesty of the blues, spirituals, work chants that made it possible for African Americans to endure. Power is a poison. It does not matter who wields it. The rebel, for this reason, is an eternal heretic. He or she will never fit into any system. The rebel stands with the powerless, and there will always be powerless people. There will always be injustice. The rebel will always be an outsider. And resistance requires eternal vigilance. The moment the powerful are no longer frightened, the moment the glare of the people is diverted and movements let down their guard, the moment the ruling elites are able to use propaganda and censorship to hide their aims, the gains made by resistors roll backward. We have steadily been stripped of everything that organized men and women who rose up in defiance and were purged, demonized, and killed by the capitalist elites achieved with the New Deal. The victories of African Americans who paid with their bodies and blood in making possible the Great Society and ending legal segregation also have been reversed. The corporate state makes no pretense of addressing social inequality or white supremacy. It practices only the politics of vengeance. It uses coercion, fear, violence, police terror, and mass incarceration as its primary form of social control. Our cells of resistance will have to be rebuilt from scratch.
Vice President J.D. Vance is throwing Donald Trump's entire cabinet under the bus.
Okay. That is in my description box. I hope you, if you haven't saw the whole thing, go over and see that in my description box. It is under the end of America. The end of America, in my opinion, is here right now, right here in your face. We have been talking about all of this, and this is, in my opinion, just a capsule of an example of the end of America. We have seen how this administration has accepted one of the former Al-Qaeda leaders who is now the interim president of Syria, one of the former Al-Qaeda leaders who our military was fighting with, who has been accepted into the White House, who has been fawned all over by 4547, who was taking the lives of our soldiers and now has been welcomed into the White House and fawned upon all upon. We have seen all of this shit going on across this nation, and all of the shit that has been ignored by 4547. Don't believe the hype. Anything has been deemed acceptable by this administration. Also, we have seen all of the bullshit that they have tried to put upon you about immigration and about immigrants in this administration. We recently saw all of this despair and all of this awe about all of these immigrants. This despair about all of these immigrants that had come into Spain, and all of this like, oh, I can't believe all of these African immigrants that have invaded Spain, and the shock and awe about all of these immigrants. Oh, can you believe this invasions of all of these dirty immigrants? Come to find out, was there anything above this this footage of all of these people running into Spain that you saw? Was there any follow up of all of these people running into Spain? Did you get the full people of all of these people that were running into Spain? Did you see? You used to hear about the caravans of people that were being bought to the United States. Did you hear about the caravans that were bought to bring the people to Spain for this photo op of the immigrants that were running into Spain that was promoted by whom else but Israel and the United States, that the United States that bought all of these dirty, filthy immigrants into Spain, that was sponsored by Israel and the United States for this photo op of immigrants that went into Spain, and they told you that 60,000 immigrants crashed into Spain, and by the end of the day, approximately 50,000 had went back to their homeland. Did you hear about that? Did you hear about that? As they try to criminalize immigration, because that's what they do. That is what they do. As they try to say that immigration by anybody other than white people is criminal. As your administration say that the only immigration that is allowed in the United States is the tens of thousands of white Afrikaners in the United States. If the only acceptable immigration into the United States is the white Afrikaners, over 17 to 20,000 white Afrikaners into the United States is the only acceptable immigration in the United States. Let's get into it. If you haven't heard about this, if you are not keen into the ploy of the bullshit that they are putting upon you about immigration of brown people, the bullshit that they are spewing in your face. Y'all didn't, I'm sure y'all heard about this a couple of days ago.
Spain, a place that I did not know exists, but am now learning a lot about. So, all right, guys, there was a wild situation unfolding in Ceuta, Spain, a place that I did not know exists, but am now learning a lot about. So this is across from the Spanish mainland, right next to Morocco and on the Strait of Gibraltar. What you see here is tens of thousands of migrants who suddenly surged to and over the border into this Spanish territory. There were images that immediately seemed to suggest this was some sort of an organized movement, not only because the flood of people who suddenly emerged, but also because you saw them arriving on trucks and being unloaded near the border. We now have a lot of testimony from some of the migrants, most of whom have now returned to Morocco, but some of the migrants who were part of this wave saying that they were encouraged by the Moroccan authorities there at the border, saying also that there were a lot of Facebook posts saying, hey, the Spanish border is open. You can see here people who are struggling, collapsing on the beach there. There were migrants who were killed and injured as part of whatever this was. And so now to talk about what exactly happened here and why there are suspicions that the U.S. and Israel could have been involved in what would be a sort of hybrid war operation is Juan David Rojas. He is a columnist at Unheard. He has a new article up. We can put D2 up on the screen. And his headline here is, did MAGA create the Ceuta crisis? Morocco is cozying up to Trump. Welcome, Juan. Great to see you.
Good to see you, man.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. So just start by giving a little, first of all, correct anything that I said that might have been wrong. Give a little bit of backstory here about what this place is, what happened, and why it has so much significance.
Yeah, so around 60,000 migrants over, I think it was on Friday or Thursday, crossed over into the Spanish territory called Ceuta. And so Spain actually has these two enclaves across the Strait of Gibraltar on the coast with Morocco, Ceuta and Melilla. They're just these like two cities completely surrounded by Morocco. And they've actually controlled them since the 1400s. Mm-hmm. But, it's been a point of contention between Spain and Morocco. Morocco says that it should be theirs on account of, their geographical location. But, this area of the world is really interesting if you're into like decolonial stuff, because you have Gibraltar itself, which is, controlled by the UK, which Spain says should be theirs. And then on the other hand, Morocco claims all of what's called Western Sahara further south, which used to be a Spanish territory as well. Spain handed control over to it in Morocco, and there's been an insurgency there because the Sahrawis, the native people of Western Sahara, don't want to be part of Morocco, and this is a horrific. It's kind of like a Palestine situation. They built like a wall to keep out like the separatists and have like an exchange fire with these insurgents for a long time. And actually, for decades, Morocco has used these two cities, Ceuta and Melilla, in order to get at Spain and also at Algeria for like supporting these Sahrawi separatists. And so a lot of analysts have thought that because Spain had been like forging closer relations with Algeria, which allegedly provides support to the Sahrawis, Morocco just decided, hey, you know what, we're just going to screw Spain like this. Now, going a step further, Morocco doesn't really take orders from anyone. They're the king there. That they have their own like internal politics and whatnot. But I definitely think they feel emboldened because in recent years, Morocco has really forged close ties with Israel and the U.S. In 2020, under Trump's first administration, the Abraham Accords, Morocco was a signatory, and in exchange, the Trump administration recognized Morocco's control over Western Sahara. Then in more recent years, like the Trump administration hosted these like covert talks with like Morocco and other countries over like the Western Sahara issue. But the interesting thing is, like, if you look at MAGA, all of a sudden they care a lot about these two cities, Ceuta and Melilla. Why is that? Like in March, Representative Diaz-Balart from here in South Florida, he said that Ceuta and Melilla should belong to Morocco and that Spain is a colonial power, which is crazy. He's basically like intoning Fidel Castro, I argued in the piece.
Yeah.
So it's nuts. Thomas Massey pointed out that last week the House passed a bill that would have given like $40 million to Morocco. And in the bill, it recognizes Ceuta and Melilla as part of Morocco. So this is crazy stuff. Days before this also, Morocco named its highway that goes through Western Sahara after Donald Trump. And Trump has a Truth Social post where he says, "Thank you to the great king of Morocco. I hope to one day ride through this amazing, beautiful highway."
And then the question kind of is like, why now? And so I know there's been a lot of speculation, especially around Morocco and Israel's relationship. For example, we have D4, we can put here on the screen, an extraordinary statement from Yair Netanyahu. He is the son of Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister of Israel. He said in 2019, May 26, "Let's make a deal. We won't fund NGOs in your country calling you to give away Ceuta and Melilla, and you will stop funding NGOs in our country that calls us to give away Judea and Samaria." This is part of, obviously, the West Bank and Gaza in their parlance. This included actually a thread in a map that Yair posted, including direct threats by Morocco to take over Ceuta and Melilla. So the Israel connection here, somewhat interesting. This was one of many posts, including by Itamar Ben-Gvir, the Israeli Foreign Ministry, and others, attacking Spain after this migration wave. What is the connection there? Is it because of Spain's opposition to Israel and its conduct in Gaza?
Exactly. Yeah, that was the last piece. So Spain, under Socialist Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez, has been really critical both of the war in Gaza and now the Iran war. And even went as far as to not allow the U.S. to dock its planes, and that we have two bases inside of Spain. This is a huge deal. The Rota, and I forget the name of the other one. And so MAGA has branded Spain like public enemy number one. And there's also the factor that they refuse to keep up with their defense spending commitments under NATO. But the Israelis also, they've been saying these kinds of things for years just to get back at Spain, because Sanchez has been in power since 2018, I believe. So, yeah, I definitely don't think it's a coincidence. Yeah, I mean, I saw on like Newsmax, they were saying, oh, the Spanish, look at this. It's because they're opposed to like Western civilization. Well, I mean, it looks like you guys are kind of opposed to Western civilization right now.
Right. Let's go ahead and play to your point about the right-wing interest here in Spain. Trump recently said sort of issued a threat, said that the Spanish are not, quote, behaving nicely, but they will learn. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
The Spanish, they're members of NATO, but not very good members of NATO. They say, no, we don't want to help other people. What are we doing, huh? They are not behaving nicely, but they will learn. Soon after they relinquish their grip on Cuba and Guam, the Philippines and Puerto Rico, and they were all ours. We got them all.
So interesting comments there from Trump. I'm also reminded of a couple of other historical events here. One is my friend Yegor said that in Belarus, Lukashenko did something very similar, bringing in migrants, mostly Iraqi Kurdish migrants, and using them and encouraging them, actually bringing them in on these like cheap flights and cheap tours, supposedly of Belarus, and then encouraging them to flood over the border into Poland to sort of punish them for some things that they had done, sanctioning him and calling his election into question. It also, of course, reminds very much of the Texas strategy of busing migrants into blue cities, into New York City, into Chicago, using people as pawns to make this sort of political point and create difficult political situations for leaders that they're at odds with. So it's not like this would be a new tactic if it is, in fact, the U.S. and Israel that are encouraging this to go forward.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Another good example is Turkey, which has long used migration in order to like extort the EU for concessions. I mean, and that's just what Morocco has done for forever. And you pointed out to me that apparently they found like Moroccan intelligence agents among the migrants that crossed over into Ceuta. And you think about it, unfortunately, I'm going to be real. This is, I think it's a confluence of things, but it's a savvy political move, depending on whether it's Morocco, Israel, and or the U.S. Staging this, because Sanchez is now put in this really difficult position. In January, he actually passed this insane amnesty for basically everyone who was in Spain or who had come to Spain irregularly, which, me personally, I'll say I think it's great for the migrants, and it's great to not have this underclass of, illegal workers. But on the other hand, I mean, the problem with these kinds of amnesties, it's true, if you don't have overwhelming enforcement on new arrivals, amnesties just create a further incentive for more illegal immigration. And so Sanchez now has to decide, it's like, oh, do I clamp down or do I just kind of do nothing? And Sanchez has done a number of good things. His stance against the U.S. and Israel, and also raising the minimum wage a ton, is extremely popular. What's not popular? The amnesty he did, which has like a 60% disapproval rating. Wow. So it's extremely rough. It seems like I gave the advice that he should. The correct posture, I think, for leftists is to say, look, migrants are human beings. They should not be abused, but they also can't abuse the system, and we need to have have territorial integrity. And he, to his credit, said that this incident was a gross violation of Spain's sovereignty, and a majority of those that went into the city have already been expelled. So, we'll see in the long term what the electoral consequences are. There's a general election next year in Spain. And Sanchez, he's a really crafty guy, but I don't know if he's going to be able to pull the rabbit out of the hat this time. He has these coalition partners, Sumar and Podemos, that are extremely progressive. They're the like no human being is illegal type of people. But they've been tanking in the polls, and they and the socialists have consistently won less votes than the PP and Vox, which are the right-wing parties. So Sanchez needs to really figure things out. And like the last election, he managed to like cobble this coalition with like minor regional parties by granting another amnesty to Catalan separatists. And that's a whole other issue. So
Yeah, let's leave that Spanish separatism on the back burner. As you said, I just want to emphasize your point. D6 up here on the screen, that Spanish police had found members of Moroccan intelligence amongst the migrants. This is from El Español in Spain in terms of their investigation into it. But as you said, I do think it will be a very interesting case. It caused a real diplomatic problem for Sanchez, not just with Morocco, but there were calls to expel, or I think temporarily suspend, their access to the Schengen, which is the free movement of borders
right.
inside of Europe, which would be a dramatic escalation for all the citizens, obviously, of Spain. Kind of defeats the entire purpose of the European Union, and exactly the type of thing, as you said, that could invite electoral backlash to him because of how, you know, people in Europe really like that. So, wow, fascinating situation.
One last one for you, just on the Israel connection here. Some of the speculation I saw is that, you know, Israel, in terms of being able to support their own, they got some problems in the Red Sea now, to put it mildly. And so their other alternative route is through the Mediterranean Sea, which of course you have to go through the Strait of Gibraltar. So they have great interest in what's going on right there. Do you think that could be part of the motivation for their interest in Ceuta here?
Yeah, that's a good point. Some analysts have pointed out, why Ceuta and not Melilla? Because Melilla is far away from the Strait of Gibraltar itself. The thing is, without Ceuta, Spain would have no control over the Strait. Well, I guess arguably, but you know, the two most important ports are Gibraltar and Ceuta. And another thing that reminded me, I'm not sure how much this applies now, but some months ago I saw that Iran had given like Spanish ships passage through the Strait of Hormuz. So yeah, you can imagine that the Israelis and the U.S. have been furious about that.
Right. A really good point. Man, fascinating stuff. Really had no idea. All goes back to the Treaty of Lisbon in 1688. Who am I? I'm such a fool for not having learned about it. So thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Decolonial MAGA.
Yeah.
MAGA third world.
Who was it that said wars are how Americans learn geography? Apparently that applies to us.
That's actually true. Yeah. Genuinely true. Okay. Thanks, man. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show. Help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. Happy Friday. How are you guys feeling?
Happy Friday. Let me go here. Let me go here. There's one more thing that I want to show you. Let me stop this screen. There's one more thing I want to show you about Ohio. I talked to you about yesterday about the Senate, the congressional race in Ohio. The congressman running for Congress in Ohio, who has the support of your president. The president said, well, it's getting kind of testy, and it may be a little hard for you to win. The Congressman Miller, whose wife has accused him of holding a gun to her head and possibly breaking the collarbone of their 2-year-old daughter in some type of physical altercation between her and breaking the collarbone of their 2-year-old child in that altercation. So your president said, oh, well, it may be a little hard for you to win. Now, the Congress, the daughter was divorcing him and now is divorced from him. But the daughter is married to the senator of Ohio, Senator Morano. You know, the Senator Morano who had so much venom for an 85-year-old Dr. Fauci, who he sat on the Senate Oversight Committee with Dr. Fauci and cursed at Dr. Fauci and wanted to know what the fuck was Dr. Fauci thinking. He had so much venom that he was sitting on a committee questioning Dr. Fauci and talking about what the fuck were you thinking. But he had no such venom for the man who was abusing his daughter. who was allegedly abusing his daughter and his granddaughter, and when asked, should his son-in-law continue to run, he would not answer the question. This bitch-made senator would not answer the question. Should Miller pull out of the race? And then got up and cursed out a 85-year-old man. Let's get into that, shall we? Let's get into all of this, shall we? I really want to get into all of this.
Yeah, we got some good stuff.
I don't want to get into any more of that. I really want to. I really want to get into. Now Miller went on with Jake Tapper. He interviewed with Jake Tapper. Where can I find this? I think I can find it here.
So this right here, what you're about to see, this is what Piers Morgan.
No. Where is the interview with Jake Tapper? Is it here? Or is it? Here it is. Full interview. Max Miller.
That have already been looked into me. And I would like to just have a little bit of moment to explain. The first investigation that was...
Here we go.
Here with us now to discuss Ohio Republican Congressman Max Miller. He's joining us from Los Angeles, where President Trump will touch down this evening. So, Congressman, let's start there with your former father-in-law's story today about your daughter and the little blue bunny doll that she cannot sleep without. If it's true, that sounds like emotionally abusive behavior toward...
Now, after this was all revealed, after Moreno cursed out Dr. Fauci, he finally found it within himself to say that Max Miller should resign. He finally came out and said that Max Miller wouldn't give the granddaughter her little bunny rabbit, and the granddaughter couldn't sleep for 2 nights without the bunny rabbit, and that caused emotional abuse on the granddaughter. So after months and months and months of not saying anything, Moreno finally said that Max Miller shouldn't run for office. But prior to that, Moreno refused to say if Max Miller should not run for office. Let's be real clear. So let's continue.
Toddler to refuse to give
all of this will be in my description box under Max Miller.
it to her when she can't sleep without it.
Jake, I would agree that if that were true, that would be incredibly disturbing and that the senator would be right. However, he has taken 2 years to publicly acknowledge for me to resign from my seat. Why is that, Jake? If he truly believed, like, I'm a father to a 2.5-year-old daughter, I believe that you're also a father to children. And I don't know if you're actually a father to a daughter. But what I can tell you is, well, Jake, then what I can tell you is that if my daughter came to me and she said my ex-husband did X.
Oh, additionally, what you may want to know, what could possibly be the stall tactics why Moreno could possibly didn't want to get involved in any of this, why Moreno could want to have kept quiet about this, because there are allegations that there is a text thread under a homosexual hookup site where there is someone under a channel that is connected to Senator Moreno looking for one-night stands, sexual encounters, male-on-male sex that is attributed to Senator Moreno of Ohio, that Moreno is denying that is him. There is that. And there is a response from this Miller guy who is saying that, hey, you may want to be careful before you talk on me, or something to the effect of all of your shit is going to come out. this is what's going on in Ohio. These family value people. Let's continue. These are the family value Republicans. Let's continue.
X, Y, and Z. And then I waited because I was nervous that a political live stream was going to expose a deeply impersonal, embarrassing matter to the senator for him to take that action. Sadly, this has nothing to do with my daughter, Jake, and that's what this entire thing is about. This is nothing more than an individual who's being
deeply embarrassing of family values. I was going to disclose. What were you going to disclose that was deeply embarrassing regarding family values issues about him? Can you please expose it now? Let's continue.
politically vindictive in talking about a blue bunny when I have text messages I can show you from our parent coordinator, who is a mandatory court reporter, who said that Mr. Moreno would be coming over my home, and then another individual came who I don't know.
Well, first of all,
Once again,
Congressman,
yes.
you're faulting him for both not saying anything for 2 years and for saying something in the last 2 days.
Well, that's because, Jake,
it's possible that he didn't say anything because his daughter didn't want him to say anything because he didn't want this to become any more of a spectacle than it's become.
You could say that, but also dealing with this in a private family matter, then why couldn't we had a conversation a year ago? If Mr. Moreno felt this was the case, why do we now have to be here on national TV exposing all of our personal family drama? Why didn't he come to me and say, Max, I don't believe privately that you should be in the United States Congress and that you need to look for a pathway out, and I do believe my daughter.
I don't know, but
it's not really
the issue, though, right? The issue is, the one I asked you about is, did you hold this doll hostage? Because that is emotionally abusive behavior.
Mr. Tapper, no. And just to further more than that, there have been 2 investigations that have already been looked into me. And I would like to just have a little bit of moment to explain. The first investigation that was looked into me was that my ex-wife, Emily Moreno, filed a report of child abuse against me. That first incident, 2 individuals were held liable for abusing my daughter at a daycare, which I have a private settlement agreement from. I was found not guilty. They looked at my fingerprints. They made me take off my shirt. They made me look at my body to make sure that I didn't abuse my daughter. And that was number 1, Mr. Tapper. Number 2, when I was reported for child abuse for my daughter for a broken collarbone, my daughter was in my ex-wife's care 9 out of the last 11 days, and she took her to the emergency room, which is a contempt violation from our shared parenting plan. Furthermore than that, Mr. Tapper, is this. These matters have already been looked into. Ms. Moreno has already gone to the police. The police are not investigating it. Ask yourself, why aren't they investigating these things? You see yourself, I am not getting any special treatment. I have never done these things. These things have already been investigated.
Yeah.
I have no police reports looked into me, and we actually have evidence, unlike the other side. And so, it's an honor for me to have a platform like this to continue to fight and to continue to show the American people that I've already been looked into.
Right.
I'm happy to be looked into again.
Is there anything that your ex-wife or your former father-in-law, Senator Moreno, say about you that is true? I mean, Senator Moreno said on Sunday that you have admitted privately that you need to get help.
This is the unfortunate part about this business, Jake, is that he's never told me that. And that's an extreme projection. There's only one person between myself and Emily Moreno who's been actually diagnosed with a medical condition.
But have you ever said
and that's not me. Yes. And I have it in her own words. And
but
you
have
can
you
listen
said
to
it? Have you ever said that you need to get help, that you need to see a counselor?
No, not to him. No.
No, to anyone. Have you said it to Emily?
Oh, well, Jake, I think a lot of people within this country see a therapist. I've been seeing a therapist over the last decade of my life. This isn't anything new. I don't know why this would be any more important than anything else. I think it's healthy to talk to somebody and to share what's going on within your life and to work through problems. I don't look at this as a negative thing for someone to seek therapy, to go through something. And
agreed.
Yes, Jake, I've been seeking therapy for the last 10 years of my life.
Okay.
And I'm proud and honored to admit that.
When you did your live stream on Twitter or X on Sunday, you said you were doing so to protect your daughter. And you did so, and you also released a Dropbox on X with files involving your family to show that you're a good dad. Now, one of the files was an image of your daughter naked, and it was available in that Dropbox for a day before that photograph was removed. It's an image that your ex-wife's attorney says could qualify as child sexual abuse material. Your attorney has said that he is the one who did that, and he apologizes, but it is shockingly reckless behavior by you and your team.
I wouldn't say that it's shockingly reckless. That photo that was put in there is actually a part of an investigation by the Child and Family Protective Services, and that is already public knowledge that people can go and they can look through court-reported mandates. This is being taken very much out of context. There was no genitalia of my daughter that was exposed, and this is once again a very salacious headline.
It's not
and Jake,
publicly available. We called the court today. It's not publicly available.
But
and your attorney apologized.
I'm not right. I'm not defending it. It's awful. I
you
don't
just
like
defended it. You said it was taken out of context.
Well, because it is taken out of context in terms of how the articles have been written about it. I didn't do this. My attorney took full responsibility. I believe that it's awful. There was never any intent to do that. What I did on Sunday, okay, Jake, I went on CNN with Lauren Fox for a 45-minute interview about a month ago.
Right.
And
you
only
ran some of it.
Right. You ran some of it, but only 6 minutes of that interview was played.
That's how TV works.
I know, Jake, but here's the deal, okay? She asked me a question, and she asked me a very, laced question and said, your ex-father-in-law and your ex-wife say that your daughter is terrified to go to your home. Every single time they say she's terrified. I then played Lauren Fox 3 separate audio videos, separate audio videos of my daughter saying, I do not want to go to mommy's, I do not want mommy's, and I do not feel safe. None of that made it out there. Why?
Because it was recorded without her permission, is my understanding of it.
No, it's a one-party consent in the state of Ohio. And this is what I've had to do in order to get my truth out. I mean, you could say this is what the media does. They take a 45-minute interview and they clip it to 6 minutes of what they want the American people to see. That's why I did the live stream to lay everything out.
But
I'm not hiding.
Congressman, I'm not talking about whether or not it was legal or illegal to record your ex-wife. I'm saying that the reason we didn't air it is because it was our understanding that the recording was done without her permission. That's something else. That's discretion. That's journalism. That's not a question of legality. But let's talk about it, because there is a police report from the suspected child abuse incident in February involving your daughter, and that report details that the child protection team says that your child had a right clavicle fracture and, quote, a bruise that accompanies the injury that appears to be in a handprint and appears to have been inflicted, unquote. Now, your ex-wife stated to police that your child told her in the days leading up to the discovery of the injury, quote, Daddy, kill you. And your ex-wife also said your child had said, Daddy angry and Daddy's house is scary. Now, according to your wife, your daughter articulated these statements to Children and Family Services. So can you explain why your child may have said those things?
Jake, I wish you could talk to my beautiful baby girl. She can't string together sentences like that. She's 2.5 years old. She doesn't have the ability to articulate any of what you just said. That is an entire fabrication of the truth. I have actual video, actual documentation.
But didn't you just tell me that
through two investigations.
You just told me that she had said that she was scared to go to mommy's house.
She is, and I have video of it.
But now you're saying that she's not capable of saying, Daddy, kill you? I mean, it seems like she's either able to say one but not the other.
Jake,
that doesn't make sense.
Jake, to be very direct, this is incredibly disturbing. I am not going to my child to say, Daddy, kill you. You have to look at the timing of everything that is taking place, right? What about due process? I have already been through these investigations, and I know that I've said that now 3 times, and we're kind of just blowing past this. But these are individuals who do their jobs to protect kids. And the main job of the court and the main job of Child Protective Family Services and the main job of our judge who has been appointed to our divorce case is to make sure that that our daughter is safe. And every single one of those individuals has agreed with me. I have full shared parenting. I still have full medical parenting, half. I still have full half education. If any of these things were true, Jake, a judge would have taken our baby girl out of my hands. What you have is a very sadly politically motivated scenario. To where, you know, people want to see me go away, and all of this happened, and I'm not joking.
Yeah.
Take it for what you want. Look, this live stream, the impetus for the resignation, okay, came because an individual thought something was going to be said on that live stream that I had no intention of saying.
Here's the thing. You're talking about a level of standard of proof that has to do with judges. And there is separately a different level when it comes to what kind of behavior is tolerated among public officials. Because there are now three women who have accused you of violent behavior. Politico published a report in 2021 that says when you were in high school, you, quote, pushed a girl out of the dorm of his room and she fell down some stairs after he became enraged when she resisted his attempts to touch her, according to three people who were there and many more who heard about the incident in the aftermath. Now, you deny that, but the woman in question told Mother Jones reporter Abby Vasulis just days ago that it happened and was, quote, one of the more traumatic nights of her life. Now,
I would love for
hold
that
on.
individual to go on the record because that.
Okay.
Jake, I was
hold on, because I'm not done with the list of women that
have
have accused you of violence. Then there is former White House press
13 years
secretary. Okay, you were young. Then there's a former White House press secretary, Stephanie Grisham, who was your ex-girlfriend. She accused you of being abusive and having a violent streak. She wrote in her book, quote, I could do nothing right by him. I would wake up every morning shaking with anxiety about his mood that day. I had seen his temper before and it had scared me, unquote. She has recently filed a temporary restraining order against you in a defamation case. And now there are these claims from your ex-wife. wife, Emily Marino. And I guess the question is, are all three of these women who don't know each other, are all three of them lying?
Yes, it's very easy, and I can tell you why. Every single time, and people have asked me, what are you going to do? Are you going to drop out of this race? Are you going to resign? Are you going to get out before the deadline? And my answer to you, Jake, is no. And I can tell you why. In 2016, when President Donald J. Trump faced the most extreme allegations in the world that hit him day after day after day, and people in the media, very much like yourself and others, said that he would have no shot at winning, that he should not be the president of the United States. But guess what? He stayed in and he was resilient. And what the American people can see is that they can see that somebody is fighting who is resilient, and that is a quality that the American people cherish. And so for no second am I going to sit here and continue to be debased by false and baseless allegations and be pushed out of a seat I have worked so hard to represent and done a terrific job for our community. My record in Congress on the Ways and Means and House Foreign Affairs and bringing back money for our district and standing up for the Ukrainian people and also voting to protect Obamacare during this entire time. This is why no one's attacking me on my policy, Jake, because they can't. I've been a good legislator. All they're trying to do is create rumor mills without evidence. It's all hearsay. All hearsay.
Do you realize what it's not hearsay if it is firsthand testimony from women, and I just named three people that are providing firsthand testimony. That's not hearsay. But do you realize what it is in terms of how tall a order it is for voters and your colleagues and everybody watching right now to believe that three women who don't know each other made up accusations of you being violent, and you are telling the truth here? They are lying. That is a difficult thing for people to believe, right?
No, not in this instance, because every single one of these things that you're brought up, unlike other candidates throughout the country, I've already had investigations into. The domestic abuse allegation that you're referring to against my ex-wife, Department of Child and Family Services already reviewed that, and they viewed that nothing happened. Bay Village Police Department, Miss Moreno filed the police report. The prosecutor looked at it. They looked at it for a very long time. There was nothing there. My case is much different than everyone else that has been laid out before. Yes, I have tangible evidence, and I have also had investigations that have cleared me of every single thing you have mentioned,
except,
to be clear.
Let's talk about this, because in the custody lawsuit, there was a discovery phase. And Emily Marino's lawyers asked you a series of questions about past alleged incidents. And some of them you denied outright. No, that's not true. No, that's not true. And others you refused to answer at all. Your lawyers claimed they were not relevant. And the ones you didn't answer include the incident involving the stairs or your past alleged drug use. If you ever referred to the birth of your child as, quote, setting your playground on fire. If you were ever kicked out of college. You wouldn't answer them. I mean, I can tell you that I never did any of those things. Why can't you?
Because, well, Jake, if you're wondering, I'm happy to answer.
Well, I should say I have smoked marijuana. Right. I'm sorry, I take that back. I have smoked pot before it was legal. So I'm getting it all out on the table.
Yeah, and that's great. So have I. And I don't think, previously when I was younger or even, a few years ago, there's anything wrong with cannabis uses. It's legal in 39 out of 50 states in the country.
Mother Jones story, it said when you were picked up for the drunk driving, you had ecstasy in your system.
Look, once again, these are already investigations, and we're bringing up things from 15 to 20 years ago.
Why wouldn't you answer those questions in discovery? Why wouldn't you answer the questions about whether or not you would push that girl down the stairs?
Well, because it never happened. Why would I give something credibility and answer for something that never happened?
But you did that for other. You did that for other questions.
But this woman isn't even coming forward. I don't know who you're referencing. Unless these people actually put a name to these allegations and come forward, I don't know how the American people can continue to believe things like this.
When's the last time you ever used illegal drugs?
Because you're being drugs.
Yes, because you're being investigated right now by the House Ethics.
The last time, I would have to say, the last time I had illegal drugs would have been, I don't know, several years ago. I mean, I don't have a time frame on it, but I don't use illegal drugs. No, Jake, this is what they're doing. Okay, this whole needles thing. This is testosterone replacement therapy. People are painting this as something that it's not. Secretary Hegseth, who is the Secretary of War just 3 weeks ago, allowed our entire military, who are males, to take testosterone replacement therapy. That's what I was doing. I
Okay.
have not been using any illegal drugs. This is nonsense. And that of war just 3 weeks ago allowed our entire military, who are males, to take testosterone replacement therapy. That's what I was doing. I have
Okay.
not been using any illegal drugs. This is nonsense. And this is much more of how Mr. Moreno and and my ex-wife are continuing to put this stuff out there.
Well, I think it's
when
because
I'm very
there are,
open.
I think it's because there are
TRT is
three
legal.
women I think it's because there are 3 women that have alleged violence. I don't think any of this is actually about illegal drugs at all. I think it's because 3 women have alleged violent behavior by you, and 2 of them are fairly high profile on the record.
But
Women.
Jake, once again, the one part that I am never going to back down from and that the American people need to continue to look at is number one, I have had 2 full investigations that lasted almost a year into these child
Right.
abuse allegations
Yeah.
and into these domestic abuse allegations, okay? And
But
I
you
have.
say
and
you'll
I have
never
been
back
cleared
down
that.
from it, but you sued Stephanie Grisham for defamation, and then you back down from that
Well,
that suit, right?
I would no, that's not true. There was a settlement agreement. And so I would love to talk to you about that, but I can't. And so, but I didn't back down from that, and it was settled. And there's a reason for that. And that's all I can say regarding
Let
it.
me ask you.
But if you're asking, sorry,
you spoke with the president yesterday. Did he tell you what he is telling aides privately, that he does not think you can win?
Look, the conversation I had with him yesterday at 9 a.m., and I've gotten a million phone calls about this, and this is what's so troubling. Look, he called me and he said, Maxie, it's going to be a tough race. And he said, I don't know if you're going to be able to, pull this one out. And you know what, Jake? I reminded him of the same resilience that he had when people told him that he was going to struggle in 2016 and he became the 45th president of the United States. And I have the utmost confidence that my constituents back home know me. This race is a home race. This isn't about what the national media thinks. This isn't about what people in California or New York or Florida think about what goes on in Ohio 7. What you're going to see here, Jake, is that I am going to be successful in this November because my constituents know who I am, and they also know who my ex-father-in-law is, and they also know who my ex-wife is. And that's why you've seen people aren't running from me. My numbers in fundraising are strong. Speaker Mike Johnson, everyone else, they're standing behind me. No one has told me to get off the ballot. And that's because they know I can win this seat and see this through. That's what we're going to do. You know what? That is a question, Jake, I have been struggling with, look, over the last couple of weeks. But I'm going to look at you the same way I think you would look at me if you were in my shoes, which is I am never going to give up. And what I mean by that is my daughter's going to grow up one day and she's going to see all of this. And she's not going to see that her father caved to political and social media pressures for something that he never did. And furthermore than that, there are more than 50% of the people within this country who are divorced. And men get a really bad shake when it comes to family court. And it's not addressed enough in any way possible. And so here's what I can tell you is that I've received more support than ever from our community, from the people where I live. And that is why we are going to stay in this race and be successful. And you're right. The allegations, they're incredibly troubling. I agree they're troubling. But if they were true, I'd be in prison. And there's the only reason out of myself and other Republican colleagues that I'm the only one that doesn't have an active investigation into it. And so at the end of the day, I let the truth speak for itself, and the truth is right there. And I will never, ever, ever let my baby girl see her dad walk away as a quitter. I will continue to finish this. And if I have to run all the way to the end and I'm not successful, Jake, then that's a decision that I decide to make. And I can hold my head way up high knowing that I fought for the truth no matter what circumstances and no matter what came my way every single day, that Ruthie Miller will know that she's proud of her dad who bears my last name.
Oh, wow.
Well,
I don't know why we can't hear Jake.
And all I can tell you is this, Jake, is that I hope that you and the rest of the media do the same amount of digging as you are into me, as you will into those other two. Because as you can see right now, and I understand I'm the member of Congress, so deservedly so, the spotlight, the attention, the media. But throughout this process objectively, how come people aren't asking the tough questions out of them? I mean, it's been a free runway of just me being a punching bag without articulating my points and presenting the evidence that we have here today and others.
We can't hear Jake.
Well, Jake, I got to tell you, in this country, due process is a thing and everyone is entitled to it. And once again, I have been absolved of these claims that you continuously are bringing back up, especially the most recent one with Miss Moreno. Once again, the Department of Child and Family Services and Bay Village Police Department took her report. They investigated everything that she said, both the Bay Village Police Department and both Child and Family Services. And you can see right now, I'm not getting any special treatment, Jake. So if I really did those things, why wouldn't I be in prison? It's because it's an extreme fabrication of the truth. And you look, at the end of the day, I'm going to continue to push. I am going to win this race, and my daughter.
Okay, let's see what her daddy finally had the balls to come out and speak on this.
Absolutely, affirmatively. He shouldn't serve in Congress. They need serious help. That's exactly what my statement says. My statement speaks for itself.
You said that you're in response to your statement that
absolutely, affirmatively. He shouldn't serve in Congress. They need serious help. That's exactly what my statement says. My statement speaks for itself.
You said that you're in response to your statement that it was to protect from your own circus. That you said what?
It's the ramblings of a madman.
What did you
I
think?
don't even know what that means.
What did you think of Miller telling Trump he could still win the election?
Look, I don't care about the politics of this. I hope that you guys understand. Maybe I hope you never have to understand what my daughter's been through, what my daughter is going through, what my wife is going through, what my my two boys and my other daughter are going through. This is truly the 7th level of hell. This has been a horrific experience for my entire family. My daughter specifically did not want this to be out in the public. That's why she asked me to say, lower the temperature. You got to remember, when you don't have kids and you get divorced, you can just say farewell. You never have to see each other again. But when you have a child, you have to co-parent with that individual for the rest of your life. That means scheduling pickups, scheduling drop-offs. This is not something that you can just say, I'll never have to deal with this guy again. My daughter lives in constant fear of this man.
Okay, this is what he said after the interview. This is also in my description box under Max Miller.
Like something that's...
This is the same Max Miller that had all of the heat in the cursing out for an 85-year-old Dr. Fauci. This is the same Max Miller that we heard. This is the same Moreno that we heard Max Miller threaten that something personal will come out about his own personal life. This is the same Moreno that there are rumblings about him having some type of account that is soliciting sex with men that he has denied.
Existential, but deeply in her heart, she fears what this guy is capable of. You can't fathom what that makes me feel like when the dad's number one job is to protect your kids. And to have this whole thing out in the public like this is not what I wanted to do. It's not what my daughter wanted to do. But on Sunday, when he went out and did what he did, including releasing photos of my granddaughter completely naked, that now you have hundreds of thousands of psychotic human beings that have that, and to say oops is grotesque. My personal opinion is that this is a felony, and that every single human being that touched that photo and transmitted it electronically should go to jail, because it is illegal to do that. This has been brutal beyond comprehension. And if there's any minimum standard for being an elected official, as I said, he fails to meet that minimum basic standard. I don't care about the politics at all. Don't think about it. Doesn't enter my consciousness. Okay?
Thank you, sir. Why didn't you say something earlier? This has been going on for such a long time.
I explained, as I just said, and as maybe you don't understand,
Yeah.
when your daughter tells you you have to de-escalate this thing, because you want to keep it private. This has been going on for 2 years. Why did you just cover it today instead of covering it a year ago? This has been going on. This was about de-escalation. Every single week, she has to go arrange for a pickup and drop off of this little child. Just this Sunday, I had to go. Imagine this. I had to go pick her up because I don't want my daughter interacting with this man. So I meet him at the Bay Village Police Station, because that's the place that we have to go to meet, because I don't know what this guy's capable of. She comes over, gets in our car, we drive away, and if anybody who's a parent, she has a little blue bunny that she sleeps with. Max would not hand over the little blue bunny. Literally held it hostage for 48 hours. This girl is crying at night because she can't sleep without her little blue bunny. His answer is, I'm just not going to give it to you. So finally yesterday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, yesterday, he lets the little blue bunny go. This is the level of total and complete depravity. Do I want all this in public? No. Do you have any idea that what it's like to go through physical abuse and then mental abuse and then to relive it over and over and over again? That's what my daughter has tried to avoid. She hasn't made a single solitary public statement. Max feels like he needs to go on a publicity tour, which I just don't understand. Remember, at the end of the day, that little 2-year-old is going to be an adult. And unlike when I was a kid, when maybe there's 2 or 3 pictures of me that my parents had, she's going to have high definition videos. She's going to have news stories. She's going to have everything out there. She's going to read that as an adult going.
So you mean to tell me when you were a kid, your parents only had 2 or 3 pictures, and you're out here doing a 10, 15-minute video about what your daughter and your son-in-law is going through? Get the fuck out of here. Okay, let's go to David Feldman. If you guys are not familiar with David Feldman, I love people with a dry humor and a dry wit. Let's see what David Feldman has to say about this story. This will also be under my description box under Max Miller. Let's see how David Feldman and his mop-up will talk about this story. If you're not familiar with David Feldman, go over there and subscribe to him. I love his dry humor. Let's hear him talk about this story for a second. Why don't we?
They were working on Marco Rubio's presidential campaign. So these are good people. What's going on here with Miller? He was married to Ohio Senator Bernie Moreno's daughter. Okay. The two met while they were working on Marco Rubio's. What's going on here with Miller? He was married to Ohio Senator Bernie Moreno's daughter. The two met while they were working on Marco Rubio's presidential campaign. So these are good people. They got married in 2022. They divorced last year, and the accusations against Max Miller right now range from his throwing scalding water at his ex-wife, holding a gun to her head, smashing her face against the wall, and breaking their 2-year-old daughter's collarbone. And now we have the Daily Mail out with pictures of his needles that corroborate his wife's accusations that he was a drug addict. He claims he was shooting testosterone, but there was also the pictures of the gummy bears with 15 times the THC levels that are allowed in the state of Ohio and Washington, D.C., according to the Daily Mail. We'll see. And we'll see more. We will see more. Miller worked in the we will see more unless he drops out at 4 p.m. on Wednesday. We know there's more. He worked in the first Trump administration, dated Stephanie Grisham, Melania and Donald's press spokesperson. In her book, she accused Max Miller of being violent with her while they were dating. Even before he entered politics, Max Miller had a reputation for being, to put it mildly, I don't know, a danger to the community, especially women. 20 years ago, while in high school, Max Miller was accused of pushing a woman down a flight of stairs after she turned down his sexual advances. There was drunk driving reports in college. There are reports that he was expelled and or almost expelled after he was accused of being violent with another woman. In 2007, there were reports that Max Miller was arrested and charged with assault, disorderly conduct, and resisting arrest after punching someone in the back of the head. Lawyers representing Max Miller's ex-wife, last week, the lawyers asked for a restraining order against Congressman Max Miller, a restraining order for their own protection after the congressman began grabbing at them during.
The lawyers representing the wife had to get a restraining order against Max Miller because Max Miller was physically attacking the wife's lawyers. And your president said, well, I think you're going to have a hard time winning this. You think? Yet Jim Jordan still supports him. Ohio, what are you going to do about Max Miller? J.D. Vance, do you have anything to say about your colleague from Ohio, J.D. Vance? Nothing? Have y'all heard about J.D. Vance saying anything about Max Miller?
A court appearance. That is what's already come out. If he stays in past Wednesday, more. There will be more. Trump came to his defense publicly, but there are now reports Trump called Miller personally on Monday and told him, I'm very concerned and maybe you should drop out. Again, Miller has until 4 p.m. to quit, and he told Trump that's not going to happen. Miller is staying in. That may be part of the pathology. So he may stay in. He announced he's filed a request with the House Ethics Committee to open an investigation into all the charges against him. The House Ethics Committee late Tuesday responded by opening an investigation into allegations of Max Miller's drug use. Max Miller has promised to present all the necessary evidence to address these accusations, and he insisted he's going to clear his name. He's willing, unlike Al Franken, to go before the House Ethics
MAGA, the family values, the Republicans' family values ticket
Committee to clear his name. His former father-in-law, Republican Senator Bernie Moreno, remained silent up until this weekend. Throughout the divorce and the custody battles, the senator, remained silent until Sunday. Senator Moreno, Republican from Ohio, issued a statement calling Max Miller unfit to hold office. The senator, Republican, said of his former son-in-law, also a Republican. He said he's in desperate need of psychological help. He's a danger to my daughter and my granddaughter. On Tuesday, Senator Moreno told reporters Miller needs to resign from Congress, adding that he put my family through the 7th level of hell. Moreno has reportedly spent hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars on legal fees helping his daughter divorce Congressman Max Miller and gain custody of their child. Senator Moreno on Tuesday called Congressman Max Miller, quote, a madman, and then accused him of putting naked pictures of his 2-year-old granddaughter on the internet. Aaron Mink serves as Congressman Miller's attorney in all these affairs. He took the blame. He apologized on Tuesday for accidentally releasing photographs of the couple's shirtless 2-year-old, but insisted there was no genitalia. Lawyers. Senator Moreno said of the pictures of his 2-year-old granddaughter ending up on the internet, Senator Moreno said, quote, my personal opinion is that this is a felony, and every single human being who touched that photograph and transmitted it electronically should go to jail because it is illegal to do that, unquote. This is what's in the lead up to Wednesday at 4 p.m. If he stays in past Wednesday, if Max Miller stays in, it gets worse. You think, how could it get worse? We know it can, and it will. Congressman Max Miller responded Monday by saying, Senator Moreno's attacks against him are all political. Political. Well, Senator Moreno is a Republican, so why would he be doing this to a Republican congressman if this is all political? What would the political motive be for the Democrat, Brian Poindexter, to defeat Max Miller? Why would Senator Bernie Moreno want to destroy Max Miller politically? Moreno is a Republican. So Max Miller attacked Senator Moreno. This is Republican on Republican violence. This is what Max Miller said of his former father-in-law, Senator Moreno. Quote, Max Miller, if my daughter said the same thing to me about the abuse, I personally wouldn't wait 2 years before holding him accountable. So he's asking, why all of a sudden is Senator Moreno speaking up against me when he was silent for 2 years? And then Max Miller addressed Senator Moreno directly. You know this isn't true, and the only reason you are speaking out now is to hide from your own media circus, unquote. Well, what media circus is Congressman Max Miller referring to? What is Senator Bernie Moreno trying to distract from? Well, most believe this was a veiled reference and accusation that Senator Bernie Moreno is bisexual, which, if you're a Republican, is criminal. 2 years ago, this was the Associated Press reporting that Bernie Moreno, then a candidate for Senate, might have taken out an ad in Adult Friend Finder back in 2008 seeking, quote, men for one-on-one sex. So he's a traditionalist, just one-on-one. And he included the line, this is from the ad, allegedly that now Senator Republican Bernie Moreno, this is a line included in his Adult Friend Finder ad, hi, looking for young guys to have fun with while traveling. Well, that seems innocent. He's looking for young guys to have fun. He said to have fun with while traveling. I mean, he's a married man. He can't, it would be wrong to have fun with women. That would be inappropriate. But to have fun with young guys, this is the Republican Party. This is the Republican Party. Now, I don't know if when Bernie Moreno was a car salesman back in 2008, if this was his ad. I don't know. But that's what some people are saying. Senate Majority Leader John Thune was asked if he agreed with his Republican colleague, Republican Senator Bernie Moreno, that Max Miller should resign. And John Thune, Republican, head of the Senate, said, quote, "It's a family matter." Oh, what a good answer. It's a family matter. We stay out of these things. It's a family matter. Whether or not Congressman Max Miller broke his 2-year-old daughter's collarbone, that's a family matter. Throwing scalding water at his wife, holding a gun to her head, and smashing her face against the wall is a family matter. It should be up to the family to decide whether or not that's true. Yes, it's a family matter, and we need to stay out of it. Seems to me if you're the pro-family, pro-marriage, pro-law and order party, that wouldn't be a family matter so much as it would be a criminal matter. Seems to me somebody accuses you of breaking your 2-year-old daughter's collarbone, of holding a gun to your head, smashing your face against the wall, throwing scalding water at you. That doesn't belong in divorce court. Seems to me Congressman Max Miller shouldn't be asking the House Ethics Committee to open an investigation. He should be asking the district attorney's office to open one. But then, unlike the House Ethics Committee, if the district attorney and the police get involved, then you have to tell the truth. It's a family matter. The sanctity.
If you guys are not familiar with this channel, please avail yourself to David Feldman. I really enjoy his channel. His dry humor and his wit is very refreshing. Very refreshing, very intelligent, and very informative. Go over there and enjoy David Feldman. This is the last link in my description box under Max Miller. I hope you guys have an enjoyable weekend, and I am out of here. Thank you for joining me. Please hit the like button, subscribe to my channel. I'm usually here on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I was here on Monday and Tuesday, so I took off Wednesday and I came back on Friday. Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays, unless there is something else breaking. I came back on Tuesday because there was the hearing on Todd Blanche, so I came back on Tuesday, took Wednesday off. That's how it goes. If there's breaking news, I will be here. So hope you guys have a fabulous weekend. God bless you, and have a great weekend. And I'll see you guys back on Monday. All right. Bye-bye. Thank you for joining me. I appreciate your support, and I appreciate all of my new members.